Good morning, and welcome all here at IFRUS 2025. It is a pleasure to receive you here, representatives of EU institutions, WAREG members, representatives of utilities, representatives of consumers, and all other stakeholders that are present in this auditorium and also online. It is really a great honor to welcome you to the 4th European Forum on the Regulation of Water Services. This event, it's the 4th time that we have it in WAREG, is a key moment to reflect on the role of economic regulation in building a resilient future for water in Europe. WAREG today stands as a strong and united voice for independent, technical and transparent regulation in Europe. We bring together 34 regulatory authorities from across Europe, representing both EU member states and candidate countries. And this broad representation ensures that our work reflects diverse realities while promoting common principles of good governance and efficiency. We work to guarantee that European water policies translate into tangible benefits for citizens and the environment by fostering affordability, sustainability, and resilience in water and wastewater services. Well, WAREG is not just a network. It is a platform for knowledge exchange, benchmarking, and capacity building, enabling regulators to share best practices and harmonize approaches wherever possible. And in a context of climate change, increasing pressure on water resources and growing quality demands, cooperation among regulators is more necessary than ever. We are really committed to supporting the implementation of EU directives, such as the revised Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, and to advancing the goals of the European Green Deal and European Resilience Strategy. Our work strengthens the link between economic regulation and resilience, ensuring that utilities have the right incentives for investment, for innovation, and efficiency. And this is essential for achieving climate neutrality and for addressing external shocks, such as energy crisis, which directly affect the water sector. WAREG's strength lies in its ability to combine national expertise with a truly European vision, making it a trusted partner for EU institutions and a driver of progress in water governance. The European Water Strategy places water resilience at the heart of public policy. Resilience means the ability to adapt, to respond quickly, and to plan for the long term. For this strategy to succeed, economic regulators must ensure the right conditions for investment, fair tariffs, and incentives for efficiency. And as we reflect on the progress made through the revision of the European Wastewater Directive and the ambitions set out in the European Resilience Strategy, it is important to acknowledge not only what has been achieved and evidence the strong support of economic regulators for these achievements that are really great achievements, but also to acknowledge what has been left behind. Both initiatives represent significant steps towards safeguarding our environment and strengthening Europe's capacity to withstand future challenges. The Wastewater Directive introduces stricter technical and environmental requirements, while the Resilience Strategy seeks to embed preparedness and adaptability across sectors. These are commendable goals. Yet, despite their scope and vision, they share a common gap: the absence of a reference to institutionalized independent regulation. And why does this matter? Because without a structured regulatory framework, we risk fragmentation. Member states will continue to rely on national arrangements that vary widely in independence, capacity, and enforcement. This variability undermines the very resilience we aim to build. institutionalized regulation would have provided a common baseline for governance and accountability, stronger independence and capacity for national regulators, harmonization of practices, reducing disparities and inefficiency, a clear mechanism to safeguard public interest across all jurisdictions. By omitting this element, both the directive and the strategy miss a critical opportunity to embed regulatory oversight into the legislative architecture of Europe. Resilience is not only about infrastructure and technology, it is also about governance. And governance requires strong, independent regulators working within a coherent European framework. As we move forward, let us keep this in mind. Resilience without regulation can be incomplete. If we truly want to secure water and wastewater services for future generations, we must ensure that regulation is not an afterthought, but a cornerstone of European policy. And at IFRUS 2025, we will be evidencing this relation and showcase the work that WAREG is preparing in order to also become a linchpin for the implementation of the European Resilience Strategy. So in panel 1, financing water resilience, the role of public funding and regulation. The resilience strategy calls for substantial investments to adapt infrastructure and operations to climate risks. These investments are necessary. Public funding will undoubtedly play a major role in enabling these investments, particularly for projects with high social and environmental value. Yet, the Urban Wastewater Directive requests introduce stricter treatment standards and obligations that cannot rely solely on subsidies. This is where regulation becomes a critical lever. Beyond setting efficiency targets for water service management, tariff and quality regulation should include incentives that prioritize investments for environmental sustainability and resilience, that promote circular economy practices, especially water reuse, which is supported by the Wastewater Treatment Directive and essential to reduce pressure on freshwater resources. By linking financial mechanisms with regulatory incentives, we ensure that funding and compliance work together to deliver long-term sustainability. In panel 2, we will speak about performance benchmarking in water regulation. Resilience, I have said that, is not only about infrastructure, it is also about governance and transparency. WAREG's work on 13 common KPIs for performance benchmarking is a cornerstone for harmonized oversight. These indicators enable transparent benchmarking, offering utilities, consumers, and investors a clear view of service quality and efficiency. The Urban Wastewater Directive recast and the Drinking Water Directive strengthen monitoring and reporting obligations, particularly on pollutant removal and in energy efficiency. Aligning these obligations with WAREG's KPIs ensures that benchmarking becomes a resilience instrument. It provides regulators in meeting both resilience objectives and the Urban Wastewater Directive compliance requirements. Finally, in panel 3, extended producer responsibility for persistent pollutants. We will address the challenge of persistent pollutants such as PFAS and microplastics. The Urban Wastewater Directive rightly strengthens requirements for advanced treatment, and this comes with costs for utilities and ultimately consumers. Embedding extended producer responsibility schemes into the directive is essential to shift part of this burden to manufacturers. This approach aligns perfectly with the resilience strategy, which advocates for systematic solutions and shared responsibilities across sectors. By making producers accountable for remediation costs, EPR reduces financial pressures on water utilities, creates incentives for innovation in product design to prevent pollution at source, and enhances resilience by ensuring resources for treatment are available without compromising, of course, affordability. Dear colleagues and partners, water is a vital public good. Its management requires responsibility, transparency, and strategic vision. WAREG and its members are ready to be part of this process, ensuring that Europe has water services that are resilient, accessible, and sustainable. I wish you all a productive forum full of innovative ideas and concrete solutions so that we can really do what needs to be done. Thank you for your presence and for your commitment. And now, I would pass the floor to Ms. Pernille Weiss-Eller, Member of Cabinet, Water Resilience Expert, Cabinet of Commissioner Jessica Roswell for Environment, Water Resilience and the Competitive Circular Economy. Many thanks for your presence here. It's a privilege to have you make the introduction of our conference. Thank you again, Pernille. Thank you.
Good morning to all, and thank you, Vera, for your warm welcome, of course, but also for your very good speech. I took note of what I should indeed take note of on the role of the regulators and also how we can continue to develop the communication and relationships and in the common shared interest of how to become water resilient in the future, where the regulators really play a very crucial role. So I'm also very grateful to be here this morning on this forum, this fourth forum, and also to pass over to you a warm greeting from the first commissioner with water in her title, Ms. Jessica Roswell, who would, of course, have been very happy to be here today because talking about water is one of very important topics, but she couldn't be here today, so you have to do with me and included with a warm greeting from the Commissioner. Now, today it is the 4th of December. Your children or grandchildren, they would say, yeah, and then that means it's 20 days or 21 days before Christmas Eve. But actually, the 4th of December, right now, actually around this hour also, is the half-year of anniversary of the Water Resilience Strategy. It was adopted June 4th, and here we are, half a year later, still with a young water resilient strategy with high ambitions and a lot of headlines, but thank God also with a lot of actions. You can actually discuss whether it's only a strategy, because we have had a lot of strategies and we will still see a lot of strategies coming from the cooperation on EU level. But what is special with the Water Resilience Strategy is that it is really stuffed with many actions. So we are now in the beginning of the actual implementation and the rollout of the actions. And all the actions that are still concentrated in a couple of sentences in the strategy wording are to be developed. And that happens already as we are speaking right now, but it especially happens on Monday, on the first ever Water Forum happening in EU here in Brussels. So there's a lot to celebrate and there's an awful lot of work in front of us. The Water Resilience Strategy has as its aim, hopefully we will be at least 10% more water efficient by 2030. An aspirational target, it's on EU level, and some of you and your colleagues would maybe say that is too blurry, or it's not ambitious enough, we can even do more. But what is also in the Water Resilience Strategy about this 10% water efficiency target is that now, actually now, and until the midterm review of the strategy in 2027, we will deliver the methodology on how to become water efficient. Because no one knows it better than you, than data on water and how the water circles in its specific ecosystems. We still need to work more deeply with that. So therefore, the water resilience strategy's aim of water efficiency of 10% is to be developed with a methodology discussing the data, but also discussing what are already the experiences. And I know that you have a lot of experiences and cases that we can build upon. So that's important to underline in this forum also, and going forward to your panel discussions. The objectives of the Water Resilience Strategy. I know you know them, but I would like to say them again because it frames very well where we are right now in history. Of course, we have the objective in the water resilience strategy to restore and to protect the water cycle. That's why we, over 25, 30 years ago, began to make EU legislation on water. We have a pretty robust variation of tools in the legislative toolbox. But we also can see that we can do better. So restoring and protecting the water cycle is a very important objective in the water resilience strategy, where we do improvements in our discussions on how can we do it even better. Is it new technologies? Is it better and more focused research? Or is it how to learn from others who are a little bit in the forefront than the most in order to learn from others' experiences? So the first objective, restoring and protecting the water cycle, is very important, and that is why we do what we do. That's why we have the water resilience strategy. What we also have as an objective now in the water resilience strategy is important, because that is telling us that, and that is also telling the rest of the world, we know now that water is not an infinite resource. If we want to live the life we have now, and also if we want to live the life that we imagine for our children and the next generations, we have to understand that water is a scarce resource. It's not always there with the right quality at the right time if we don't manage it better, if we don't understand exactly how to share the use of water and pass it on to the next user in the right quality and at the right time and in the right amount, as well as also the climate adaptation is a part of the journey going forward, focusing on this second objective of the water resilience strategy, which is to secure clean and affordable water and sanitation for all at all times. Because we are also living in a world right now where not only the climate changes are challenging us with surprises, we also live in a world where it's 30 years since the Berlin Wall fell down, and we thought we could live in peace forever. That's not the reality. We also have wars. We also have other ways of thinking how the world should be organized that are challenging our democracy and the responsibility and the respect for public institutions, being able to take care of us citizens living a life in freedom to create the daily lives that we would like to have with our families and neighbors. We have to have the objective in the water resilience strategy telling, when we focus on water, we can be sure that we will have affordable, we will have we will have affordable and clean water and sanitation for all at all times. The third objective of the water resilience strategy, and that's, you could say, is it an objective? I speculate sometimes about that, because for me it's actually more a tool. We can't deliver on restoring and protecting the water cycle. We can't deliver clean and affordable water for all at all times if we don't build a water smart economy. But that's the third objective of the water resilience strategy. And that is where I really appreciate the focus that you have put in the design of this forum, because you talk into the essence of how do we work with finance, with incentives, with structures, so that we can really build a strong and meaningful and resilient economic structure for our water systems. So that I appreciate very much, and I look forward also to hear your conclusions in the panel discussions afterwards. You also focus on circularity. That's very much appreciated, and I would also recommend that you take your discussions on circularity with you into the next year, because from the cabinet of Ms. Rosvall, we will deliver a Circular Economy Act. And when I listen to the discussions on circularity, water is often absent. We talk about the things that water either clean or carry, while being sent around in the economic cycles. But water is there in every kind of fraction of resource/waste that we need to organize in a more circular and environmental and industry-friendly way. So I really hope that you will work more and deeper into how is water an essential part of the Circular Economy Act going forward. And I'm very I would be very pleased also to help to bridge your inputs to my colleagues working in depth on that. It's crucial to be able to build the water smart economy of the future. You also focus today on benchmarking. That I acknowledge and are very grateful that you do. As said in the beginning, the water efficiency target of 10% by 2030, we need to design a methodology for that. Some discussions are already ongoing if targets on union level is the right way to do. You can always discuss if it has to be binding or not, but also is targets the right currency to talk about water efficiency? Maybe benchmarkings are a part of that vocabulary. Maybe union level or country level is also not the right level. Maybe it's more into sectors. I don't know. You don't know, but we know we have work to do. So I really appreciate that you are exploring what are your experiences until now on benchmarking and what from that methodology, that toolbox, could be carried forward in the work on water efficiency. You also talk about the extended producer responsibility, acknowledged very much. And you talk about the role of the regulator. I would only like also to put a note on that I hear what you say. I also hope that you know, and I hope that you are somehow a part of that political ecosystem following the structured dialogues that have now taken their beginning in Belgium, in the Netherlands, in Germany, and 2 other more countries. By the end of 26, we hope to have finalized that every single member state have had structured dialogues with the Commission, because we need to understand not only what are the national conditions and how are things going, not only with the implementation of the water acquis, focusing very much on water quality, but also how are each member state doing with the quantity issue. Because that relates very much to the water efficiency. So that is also taking part, and where I cannot imagine that you are not a part of that conversation. And us meeting all member states will, of course, also give us a much better overview of where are things going in a direction or with a methodology that more should learn about. Not only regulators, but the whole water management, water governance, water ecosystem of Europe. I wouldn't call today this forum a kind of a test or training session for the Water Forum happening, the first ever Water Forum happening in Europe that is happening on Monday. But I do really appreciate that you focus on what you do today, preparing you. Hopefully, I will see a lot of you, also you online following this, this forum today. I will see you again on Monday. We have designed a water forum not only to present a conference with a lot of high-level speakers talking to you, like often happens with conferences, and then all the good conversations and the cross-pollinating that can happens at the coffee machines. That will also happen on Monday. But we have designed the Water Forum with more than 450 participants, and there are still people on the waiting list, so that we will break out in explorative, focused sessions. They will, each 6 of these sessions will focus, the one on water efficiency, so all this about how to either target or benchmark and where are the data and how can we use them better, etc., etc. That will be in that session. Another session will be on finance. Public finance is, of course, core, not only what are in the funds available, but also the taxpayer's role, how to value water, but especially also how can we bring tools to the table that attracts private investments to water resilient innovation to the table. We still miss around 20 billion euros every year, the next many years ahead, if we truly are going to deliver a water resilient, robust Europe. So we need somehow to attract the investors' money into water investments in Europe, and that will be a second very important topic for the Water Forum on Monday. There will be a session on water resilience and competitiveness, because, my God, there is still, and you also know it, there are sectors that still thinks that the water will keep on flowing in the right amount, in the right time, in the right quality that they need going forward. As there are also uncertainties now, because people are beginning to understand, no, we cannot count on that. It can be that there will be a drought. It can be that the amount of clean water for hydrogen production will not be there. What do we then do? So there will be also a focus session on what is actually the relationship between water resilience and competitiveness, because there are some habits that are to be changed in the way we use water. And if we don't have the industry, the sectors with us on board also, so that their creativity and innovation can be activated, then we will have an even steeper curve going forward. There will be a session on water, on urban water resilience, so about water sponge cities, etc., etc. There will be one on the Water Academy, and the last one will be on digital transformation. So very relevant 6 breakdown sessions in the Water Forum on Monday. It will not cover all questions. We are very aware about that. That's also why I will end by saying, reminding us that the Water Forum is not a standalone. We will do it again in 27, as you already know, but also there will be established a water resilience stakeholder platform very soon to be announced how that will be organized, and that will be the kind of platform for doing the work between the forums, besides from what else is happening. I mean, you are some of the historical giants in the water sector, in the water landscape, together with many others who could have been named also from my side, but you know all who they are. We are a growing family of water warriors, and you and your members, you and your staff, you and your team, you and your collaborators have a big part of the responsibility, but also should achieve a lot of the thank you for the situation we are having now, that we actually have a water resilience strategy, that we actually have more than 30 actions in the water resilience strategy, that we are actually taking water granted as nowhere before. So thank you so much for allowing me to welcome you to this forum. I cannot be for the whole day. I look very much forward to continue my very good collaboration and dialogue with all of you, and I wish you the best.
Good morning. I asked the manager how we can follow in our conference, and I would like to ask to the colleagues that are in the first panel to come here. So I see Mr. Fiasconaro there, Mrs. Pacagnan, Mr. Lubel, and Mr. Cousins that is close to Mr. Lubel. Okay, please leave the central seat for Mrs. Pacagnan. This is my one, and the other two. Is it okay? Yeah? Okay. No. Is Miss? No. This is mine.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Gozes.
Yeah. And you only one was good.
Okay. So we have started talking about resiliency now. Now we are all seated. And okay. Now I have understood. Thank you very much, and also for your kind ability to wait. So I would like to start from this apparently strange picture. We have on your right Cosillo, that is a deity of the pre-Columbian civilization, and was the deity of rainfall. So if you do not have infrastructure, you have to pray that someone will provide for water. More or less in the same period in Europe, another civilization, instead of only praying, maybe they also were praying, but they also built infrastructures. As you can see from our banknote of €5, I would like to ask to the Commission representative that is still here, instead of having the aqueduct on the €5 banknote, maybe on the €20 it would be better because it is blue, it remembers water, I don't know. Please consider this possibility for the future. And this is to start saying that if you would like to have a relevant probability to have water security, you need infrastructure. If you need infrastructure, you need regulation. Also in the ancient Roman Empire, there was a regulation. It was not independent. Of course, the governance was much more easy than today, but the evolution of governance rulings have explained to us that having independent regulator would have a very relevant contribution. So this is the starting. Then we come to some few words on the Italian experience. You can see that we had a very relevant growth in investment expenditure, and it was due to the relevant challenges that we have to cope with because of increasing the quality parameters. And this investment growth was carried out in a situation of stability of operating cost. This is the most relevant item, the most relevant message that we have to consider. You can have an investment growth and you can have at the same time stability in operating cost if your management rules and if your regulation is able to provide the correct incentives. And this is the art of all of us is trying to do. I would like not to illustrate to you all the insights of our calculation mechanism, but the most relevant item is that our quality objectives are part of our tariff methodology. We have connected all the relevant dimensions. This is a way through which also the political decisions are based on correct evaluation of the implication considered to have an increase in quality parameters. So if you would like to have more quality, you are able to explain that under this public choice, the background is that you need more investment and perhaps sometimes more cost. Looking to the quality side, we have defined 7 clusters of technical quality objectives. The first one, M0, refers to water resilience. It was based on a seminal contribution coming from a Japanese researcher, Mr. Hashimoto, that was the first at the beginning of the 80s that formalized an idea of water resiliency. And our methodology is built on that contribution. And now we have included also this kind of parameter inside our model. So when you are working out tariff calculation, you will have to consider the impact on water resiliency too, also on the other 6 relevant macro indicators that we already have. The name macro indicator came from the idea that we had to link the management activity to what an end user or a citizen can be able to see. So if you have a reduction in leakages, for example, you will experience a different evaluation coming from also the newspapers on the activity of the manager. So I think it is a correct way to represent at the stakeholders of the sector the activity that the managers are asked to do. This is the same that we have for all the other relevant parameters. And this is also the way that suggested us not to have a single parameter, but to combine several single parameters to come to macro indicator. And macro indicator is something that is able to dialogue directly with what is interesting for political evaluations, citizens, and end users. This is what happened in the last years. The area is what we are trying to reduce, and you can see that for each macro indicator, the area is reducing. Not at the, sometimes the speed of reduction is not so high, but we are evaluating measures to reinforce this kind of speed, but on overall, the measures are working well. The agenda coming from European institutions is very, very rich. I don't want to report to you all the items that are included only in the next 10 years, for example, but of course we can discuss also of other even higher level policy objectives. All of us know these kind of items, and I think that the discussion that will follow will help us to evaluate the correct measures, the best measures that we have to implement to cope with all these deadlines that we have in front of us. Coming from the discussion of our panelists, we have a big drop that is divided up in some part. All these parts are, of course, very, very relevant. Not all will be discussed in I know, I had to send to you it before, but I ended preparing the presentation yesterday, I'm sorry. But if I send it before, you will not have the drop, because the drop is one of the ending results of our activity. But the main idea is that we have to consider with very high attention what is under or outside the perimeter of regulation, because it changed dramatically what we can do. The governance is very relevant. Coming back to the first item, under or outside. For example, in Italy, you have a lot of infrastructure that are outside the regulatory perimeter that are very relevant to manage resiliency. So when you come to consider resiliency, you have to consider a very large possible scope of your activity that may be much higher, much larger than the competencies that are attributed to a single institution. And this is a situation that suggested us to give to our regulated companies not an obligation to be resilient, because it is not possible for one single operator to get that result, but an obligation to cooperate actively to have a resilient environment. And we will evaluate this kind of action in each financial plans. So they are very real concrete measures. Governance, of course, is relevant, as was said even before, and someone will refer to this aspect. We have the relevant duties that we have to implement, coming from European legislation, but also from other sources of priorities, as maybe some dramatic effect of the climate change, I don't know. So there are a lot of possible sources for very relevant action that have to put in place by our operator. And then research. How, again, research is a very is a relevant item. Of course, research is linked to governance, to financial possibilities, and so on. But research is the possible way that we have to enlarge our toolkit. And this is all that is displayed in the drop. And I would like to, if I'm not good in presenting the speech, I am even worse in presenting the panelists, but I would like to do my best. And the first colleague to take the floor will be Mr. Goossens, that is the president of Water Europe. Water Europe is a very known and large organization, and maybe is a very good way to have a speaker able to touch all the relevant items even better than me. So I would like to ask Mr. Goossens to come here, or it's better if I prefer all of the speaker now. I don't know the manager. No, okay. Present. After Mr. Goossens, there will be the speech of Mr. Lobel, if I remember well. That is the Secretary General of Euro. He's a very well-known professionist and has a long experience, and he will present the point of view of operators concerning very relevant items that are debated today. And a similar approach, but from a slightly different perspective, will be presented by Mr. Fiasconaro, that is the General Secretary of another association of operators, mainly public. And he will present, of course, even him have a long experience, otherwise he will not. very, very long experience. A political scientist, if I remember well the biography. And is it okay this way? I can do even okay. And as usually we say, last but not least, but he is the last, she's the last because she has a very different point of view that can help us to focus better on how we can implement the instruments to get a more resilient infrastructure. Is Mrs. Pakanian that will end the first discussion. So, Mr. Goosens, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, indeed, view from Water Europe, funding a resilient water future. Actually, why does it matter? Imagine a Europe in 2030, semiconductor factories humming, hydrogen fueling or clean energy transition, cities thriving with digital infrastructure. That's how we see Europe 2030. Yet all of this depends on one resource, and that is water. So without water resilience, Europe's competitiveness, security, and sustainability are at risk. Today, nearly 38% of the EU population and 1/3 of the territory faces already water scarcity, and climate extremes are intensifying. So if we fail to act, GDP losses could reach 500 billion euros by 2050. So there is a clear strategic imperative here. Water is not a cost, it is a growth driver. Every €1 invested in water generates 2.35 euros in economic output and creates 16,000 jobs per 1 billion euros spent. Yet, water currently receives less than 3% of the EU funding, far behind energy, transport, and defense. This underinvestment is Europe's Achilles heel. So, the next multi-annual financial framework is our opportunity to correct this imbalance and make water a pillar of resilience and competitiveness. Our position paper, which I invite you all to take a look at and read carefully, our position paper calls for 300 billion euros dedicated to water in this next multi-annual financial framework, structured across 3 pillars. The first pillar, which is the strongest and the most important one euro-wise, 255 billion euros for upgrading water and sanitation infrastructure to comply with EU directives and climate adaptation needs. The second pillar of 35 billion to mobilize private investment and innovation through the European Competitiveness Fund, fostering water-efficient industries and circular value chains. And a third pillar, about 10 billion euros, ex-ante resilience measures under the Civil Protection and Global Europe instruments to prepare for droughts, floods, and water-related disasters. You could say that's a budget request. No, it is not. It is a test of whether the EU treats water as a strategic infrastructure on par with energy and defense. Without structural funding, the water resilience strategy will remain aspirational. We could have a very strong strategy, even very well developed with good actions, but without the necessary resources in place, and that means financial resources and human resources, a strategy with an action plan remains a dream. So we need dedicated envelopes in the EU programs, performance criteria for water quantity and quality, and integration of water objectives into national partnerships plans. Blended finance mechanisms, leveraging InvestEU, cohesion funds, and Horizon Europe can multiply impact and attract also private capital. We believe this is a strong business case for Europe. An economic case, but also a security case. Strategic sectors like semiconductors, hydrogen, EV batteries, data centers could triple demand, or probably will triple demand by 2030, when growing from 192 billion euros today to nearly 1 trillion euros. And water stress threatens already today food security, industrial output, and geopolitical stability. And investing in water resilience strengthens Europe's autonomy and shields against climate shocks. So we need to secure these 300 billion for water in the next multi-annual framework. We need to prioritize water in national investment plans and link to competitiveness strategies. We should champion cross-sector collaboration, as you also mentioned. Energy, agriculture, industry, and water must work as one. And we need to advocate this at every level, Council, Parliament, Member States. So let us turn this ambition of the strategy into action by making sure that the necessary funding is there, and definitely economic regulation is part of that. We've seen also that the first pillar is the strongest pillar. And let us make water the backbone for Europe's future. That's why we keep on calling to build a water-smart society where resilience is not a slogan, but a true reality.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Also from my side, so Oliver Löbel from Euro. We represent the water operators from 33 European countries. Yeah, I will put perhaps my elements, my ideas in a wider also regulatory context a bit. So water services, as the Commission also defines it, are essential for maintaining vital societal functions. So we have a real strategic role to play. In order to be able to do that in a resilient manner, there must be several enabling factors fulfilled. And one of them is, of course, financing, sustainable financing. Others include an enabling regulatory framework, competent workforce, innovation, access to innovative solutions, but also fighting pollution at the source. And I will come back to those in a second. If you look at our reality when members report back to us, of course, there are new pressures. On the one hand, we have over-abstraction in several areas. We have emerging pollutants like pharmaceuticals. We have the huge problem of PFAS. And also we have traditional pollutants like pesticides and nitrate. On the other hand, we have new challenges. Lower limit values to better protect people's health and the environment. We have security issues. We have to upgrade our installations to the new threats, and also we have to adapt to climate change. So we are really in between, on the one hand, increasing pressures, on the other hand, increasing challenges. And this puts tremendous financial pressure also on our members. The water resilience strategy has identified an investment gap, an annual investment gap of 23 billion per year. I think this includes the Water Framework Directive. What my members report back, the real number is much higher for our sector alone. And perhaps to illustrate that, when we ask our members, what is your biggest current challenge? It's not digitalization. It is not emerging pollutants. No, it's network maintenance and renewal. So the very basic problem of keeping our networks upgraded and modern is not fulfilled today. And this says a lot about the financial capacity we are having for the time being, and also our capacity to perhaps invest in innovative solutions. So how can we overcome it? Of course, we have the famous 3 Ts, tariffs, taxes, transfers. We believe that the tariff must reflect the true value of the service, and in many countries will need also to increase. I see that. But there are limits to it, and we are also aware of it. And in many areas, progress would not have happened without subsidies, but also transfers from the European Union. And again, I will come back to that. And there's also a new source of income. It has been mentioned today already, and this is the polluter pays principle, so extended producer responsibility. This has been implemented for the first time now in the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. We will know next week whether the principle has survived or will be sacrificed. If it's sacrificed, it will be a tremendous blow for the whole water sector, including technology providers, because billions of investments will not happen. But there will be another session on that today. So when I said that the tariff must play the key role in financing our future, our development towards societal solution providers, it also means that other sources remain important. And here I can only echo what Hans has just said. So the MFF, the multi-annual financial framework, has a key role to play, and it has done so in the past. Without cohesion funding, in particular, the newer member states would not have been able to catch up so quickly, knowing that a lot of challenges still remain. When we look at absorption, we see that a lot of the money earmarked for the water sector has not been used. This came out from in the midterm financial review of the European Commission. And this is, of course, a bad sign, because we ask for money, we know we need to invest more, but on the other hand, we are often not able to absorb the money. And there are, of course, several reasons for that: very long approval periods, lack of resources, and also the capacity to develop projects is often too weak, but also the complexity of the whole process is difficult. And here I think we need to learn from the past also for the new multi-annual financial process framework to overcome these difficulties and allow operators on the ground to benefit from the funding available. And so far in the Commission proposal, technical assistance and capacity building are covered, and we believe this should also include the development of project proposals so that they have quicker access to funding. When I talked about enabling factors, control at source came out very prominently. And here the narrative is very simple. The more pollutants we find in our drinking water resources and in the wastewater, the more we have to treat. And the less we can invest in innovation and in maintenance of our existing networks. It is a vicious circle. And while we are very happy to have the water resilience strategy, we also see a massive attack on environmental protection legislation. The nitrates directive has been weakened. The pesticides approval rules will be loosened, very likely, so it's not yet published. REACH may be weakened, and also, as we have already discussed, the extended producer responsibility scheme might be sacrificed. So this is really very contradictory. On the one hand, saying water is a strategic good, on the other hand, weakening water protection or resource protection. This doesn't go together. And last but not least, the enabling financial regulatory framework that I mentioned in the beginning is very important. If we want to be future-proof, also financially, we also have to look at the solutions we can provide to society and to what extent these can be, I use the term now, monetized. So this depends very strongly on the national circumstances. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, but we have something to offer to society, and this must also contribute in the long term to the income we have. So to conclude, financing is key. We need to reduce pollution at the source to reduce our financial burden, and we need an enabling framework to make all of this happen. Thank you.
My turn? Yeah. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Milo from Acqua Pubblica Europea, a network. Public water utilities at European level, so a bit the little cousin of Euro. I apologize in advance because, of course, I will repeat some of the things that the previous speakers have said, but I will try to do it in a different order, so to get a bit of variation. And indeed, I would like to start from the water resilience strategy itself, that our organization welcomed for many different reasons, and also for the attention that the strategy gives to the issue of investment needs in the water sector. We appreciate in particular the prioritization of water-related investment in the current cohesion funds, and we will see indeed what's happening in the next MFF. And the regulations, as they have been published by the Commission on the 3 different funds, are not so good. So happy to team up because the water is not so high in the proposal by the Commission for the next MFF. But also we definitely welcome the new water resilience program of the European Investment Bank and the new advisory facility, because the EIB for us has a key role, indeed also for leverage for more private finance. More generally, our organization has been stressing for many years the importance of public banks, EIB, but also national and regional public banks, for a simple reason. Because the impression is that outside there are not so many private investors with a strong appetite for investment in the water in water assets that are, as we know, very long term, so with a very normally long payback time, with low returns. The EIB plays definitely an important role, and as the EIB itself writes in its water sector orientation, and I quote here, the water sector is characterized by a significant number of market failures, and the EIB is there to complement private intervention by providing borrowers with the long-term financing on the terms that are not normally available in the domestic financial markets. And we cannot subscribe more this statement by the European Investment Bank, and more generally, as I was saying, by public banks. So the renewed role of the EIB in the water resilience strategy is definitely welcome, but will not be enough. First, because, of course, the magnitude on the investment needs is so big that it cannot be covered by the capacity of the EIB, you know that. But more fundamentally, because the issue is that whatever the source of finance, public or private, whatever the form of finance, all kind of finance needs to be paid back, right? And as the OECD would say, at the end of the day, there are only 3 ways to pay back investment in water sector: tariff, taxes, and transfer, right? Okay. So the key question, hence the importance, and thank you to Warwick for the invitation. The key question is, what are the revenue streams that can pay back investments, assuming that we find the investors? Take into account one key element that is indeed, as previous speakers were saying, the key investment need remains on networks, on aging infrastructure. But we have been observing an evolution of the water sector. What we observe, at least from water utilities, public utilities point of view, is an enlargement of the perimeter of responsibilities of water utilities. Upstream, with the monitoring and protection of catchment area, new Article 8 of the Drinking Water Directive. Downstream, with new requirement on energy neutrality, nutrients recovery. And I will say more water reuse. All around, we knew needs to deal with water quantity. Drought management plan, flood management plan, stormwater overflow, that are the very key of the water resilience strategy. So all this adds up to the investment needs, as the previous speaker said. And this framework, we need to think how the financing system of the water sector should evolve to take into account this new responsibility of water utilities of the water sector. Responsibilities that, at least from our point of view, are welcome and needed, because are needed to go towards those more integrated water resource management approach that is needed indeed to achieve resilience. And indeed, at least Acqua Pubblica will talk about the shift of the role of water utilities from service provider to resource manager to indicate this new and large responsibility. But yeah, we need that the financing model evolves a bit. We released at the beginning of October a paper with an ambitious title of Financing Water Resilience, where we try to put forward a series of concrete proposals to fill the investment gap while reconciling what the Global Commission on Economics of Water calls the 3 E's: environmental sustainability, equity, and efficiency. These are three imperatives, but sometimes, as we know, they pull in different ways. So we try to put together some proposal on that. That also builds on a seminar that we organized in the European Parliament in April with the participation also of Professor Eiro, and thanks again to Warwick for that. I will not bore you too much with the proposals. I invite you to have a look at this paper, but let me mention a few. Starting from the tariff system, some of our members, for example, are proposing to adapt the tariff in particular for intermittent users, private, domestic or businesses. We should pay a higher fixed charge to reflect indeed that much of the costs are related to the access to the network. We talk about the EPR scheme and will not say more, just that like everyone here, we wait with anxiety what will come out next week. But let me also mention interesting reflection on the beneficiary pay principle. That is the fact that some categories of users might get a particular benefit from water-related investment and should contribute proportionally. The OECD, again, is one of the leading institutions working on this issue, but in our paper, you will also find interesting contribution from other experts, from other authorities, try figuring out how this system could work while ensure, indeed, equity. Natural credit, the European Commission has proposed a new strategy, a roadmap before the summer break that could also feature within the beneficiary pays approach. Also, in an increasing number of countries, we see the emergence of ring-fence taxes, in particular to finance those interventions that have a strong public good characterization and are transcolored from a geographical point of view. That is, the benefits take place at the geographical scale that is larger than where the intervention is carried out. We have the German P law in France, the rainfall tax in Germany. There are many examples that are taking place along this trend. Finally, let me say, we need to recognize that there are regions in Europe that have little water and little money. And if you want to avoid that water becomes another factor exacerbating uneven development or create political tension between European territories, we need a solidarity framework across territories at national level, but probably also at European level. Hence, again, the importance of having structural funds for the unity and the cohesion of Europe. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Great. Thank you very much again for the invitation to present Eiro. Thanks for everyone being here in the room and online. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. And if I can also start with a light note, I would say that actually we should need to reprint the 500 note with the leaking pipe, going back to what the colleagues were saying before, because that's clearly that gives an idea of the investment needs that we see ahead of us. I'm Vanya Pakanyan, Senior Water Economist at the European Investment Bank, and I sit in the Water Division team. We are a small and mighty team covering the lending operation of the bank. And the bank as a whole is really, and I thank you for the nice words, we also perceive ourselves as one of the key players in the market, of market capitals, to really support not just water investment, but water resilience and adaptations in general. And we had some important developments in the House recently, and all aimed really at mobilizing private and public resources toward ensuring resilience. But also we are having intense discussions on how really we should make sure that our instruments, that our financial instruments do respond to the challenges that we have had. So really, I really want to share with you this morning the main elements of our water resilience program. It was launched earlier this year, and it's really the financial pillar of the European water resilience strategy. We aim at boosting investment in the water sector and increasing it by 15 billion over the next 3 years. And in addition to that, we really aim to mobilize an additional 40 billions of investments. Really, the idea is to leverage, to use our financial resources to leverage additional a capital contribution to the market. The program is structured along three priorities. We want to do more of what we do already pretty well, that is financing large investment programs. Our business model is now tailored to support operators and in general the public sector wishing to invest in big programs. We are a small team and we mainly use lending instruments. What we see is that we need, and I go back to the points that you raised before, we need more blended finance because that really gives us the possibility of upscaling the level of intervention by essentially taking more risk on board. And this is really, really important in all the context that where capitalization is low and borrowing capacity as a consequence is not adequate to the investment needs. So we want to do more with what we do at the moment. We also want to improve, so we want to increase resilience in that respect, but we also want to do more in and improve the delivery or delivering access to water. And this means essentially on the one side, fixing the leaking pipes, boosting digitalization, having the instruments that we that are in the market already. But on the other side, we also need to ensure that water quality is maintained, and this means tackle the emerging challenges like PFAS. And in that respect, we really want to boost the use of venture debt capital and really support startups or say the private sector that the water technology providers really that enters the market and do provide the technological solutions that are needed by the water operators to tackle the challenges. I don't have much time, unfortunately, but I'm happy to expand the coffee corner. We also are aware that we need to do more. No? So scale up investments is one thing, but we also need to reach the segments of the market that we are not able to reach because of our business model. We are really good in tackle, as I said before, big financial programs of water operators, but we also, you know, really the devil is in the fragmented context. You know, municipality needs to invest, a small intervention needs to be tackled, and for that, we want to find the support of national development banks, as it was mentioned before, regional banks. We want to upscale the use of what we call multiple beneficiary indeterminate lending, working with partners. Governance was a point that was mentioned before. This is a type of governance evolution that we change. So we are a key player in the market, but we are really keen to establish partnerships with national development banks and other public financial institutions to ensure that we really increase the impacts where we now don't have the capacity for resource constraints. I'll be clear, and I mean human resource constraints to intervene. Time is always against me, and so to conclude, the role of regulators and how we can work with regulators. For us, the regulatory activity is extremely important. As a financiers, we really want a stable regulatory environment. Having certainty on investment evolution, tariff evolution, knowing that tariffs will ensure not just the full cost recovery, but also an adequate capital remuneration is important, to the point that we establish internal procedures to streamline the approval processes in contexts where the regulatory framework is robust and stable. Really, we aim to speed up the lending process, to really decrease the time needed to approve, to stamp our lending operation. But besides our internal procedures, we also believe that and here we'll go back to your points on market failures, having a strong regulatory framework that ensure not just cost recovery, but also an adequate remuneration is really key to change our role. So until now, our main role was to fill in incomplete markets, so to quote a market failure. No, we were intervening where no commercial banks were willing to lend money to water operators because of what you just said, the nature of water investment. But what we start to see in certain contexts where the regulatory allows sufficient margins is that now commercial banks are able and willing to take the risk. So we perceive ourselves really as a player in the financial market who's now able to crowd in other investors. So we put typically the initial tranche on the investor needs. We help to establish trust in the system, and then other commercial lenders can step in. I'm conscious of the time. One last remark. I also believe that the role of regulators is extremely important in ensuring cost efficiency. In the operations we financed, we see that water operators clearly perceive two important elements in increasing operational efficiency. The first one is in the integration of renewable energies. This is extremely important to reduce operating costs and to ensure security of energy supply. And secondly, it was mentioned before, water reuse. What we see, and I really see a huge untapped potential there, is that operators are starting, and they come to us to ask for money. They are starting recovering materials from wastewater. So it's not just about water, it's about ensuring that we extract important raw materials that potentially can ensure additional sources of revenues. And then again, this is extremely important given the financial outlook of the sector. I will conclude here. I will thank you for your attention and looking forward to continue the discussion at the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have some minutes left for ending considerations. I would like to follow the same order that we have already experienced. And I would like to start from Mr. Goossens, asking to him if he has his point of view concerning the ideal operator, manager of that can promote the correct level of resiliency in the territory. What kind of operator we need? Is it of big dimension? Is it involved in several different activities? Is it not only a manager but also an innovator? What kind of operator? I would like to pose this question to you and not to the other colleagues, because the other two are part of the so maybe they have some ideas that are of course interesting, but I would like to have your point of view on this. Thank you.
So the question is, to what extent the water utility operators can contribute and promote water resilience?
Is another point of view of the same question. And how we can shape them in order to perform well.
Well, as a coincidence, I'm not only president of Water Europe, but I'm also CEO of the largest public water company in Belgium. So we play a very active role already today, I think, in making sure, and that is also seen as part of our task, that we educate our customers on how to use water in an efficient way. And as an example, and I'm not sure whether there are colleagues from the Netherlands in the room, but in Flanders, our daily consumption of water per capita per day is below 80 liters. 8 liters per capita per day. If you look into a lot of other countries, I know the Netherlands, France, Germany, we are at 120, 150 liters per capita per day. And I think that is a result of different factors. One is, I believe, strongly related to the fact that already for more than a decade, there is an integral water bill in Flanders, where the consumer sees the full cost of not only producing and distributing the water, but also the sewage cost of getting the wastewater transported to the wastewater purification. All that is in one bill with the drinking water. There is no other water tax or whatever. That makes the bill a bit more impressive. Definitely at the moment it is introduced. Second is that we have for more than 2 decades regulation on rainwater harvesting at individual house level. And not only collecting the rainwater, but also a minimum, a requirement of minimum usage, which has turned into a requirement for maximum usage, utilization of the rainwater. 2 years ago, it was introduced to maximum utilization. And thirdly, I think an important factor is there also, and then I come to the role the operator can play, is the communication to the public. The communication not only in times of drought or water scarcity risk, but the communication all year round about the role of water, the importance of water, what are the water levels, even on a monthly basis when the weather forecast is broadcasted on the television, and a look back is done to the past months and the months that just passed. There is a comment on not only on the rainfall, but there is also data shown on where is the groundwater level compared to normal times and so on. So it creates a consciousness with the consumers, and that is the domestic consumers. I could expand also on the industrial users there, where a lot still can be done on reuse, recycle, and we see actually a lot happening there, and that there is an intensification of this reuse and using wastewater treatment effluents as a new source for drinking water. We were last week, we were having a press event in Tienen where there is a sugar refinery where we announced that we are going to progress with taking the processed water of the sugar beet, which is only used for sugar production, as a new source for drinking water. So there is a lot of things happening in the field, and the public water operators have their role to play, and I think that we are playing a role there. But we also see, as for instance there with the sugar refinery, that it's also important to build partnerships. We cannot do it on our own. We need also the other players in the arena to take their responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Goossens. I would like to ask to Mr. Löbel, as far as I know, there is not a common vision among European operators concerning independent regulation. In some countries it is very well welcomed, in other places it is not the case. So from your point of view, that is a very relevant one, and there's the vision of all the Europe. Do you believe that in the end, I don't know when, the independent regulation will be accepted throughout our union, or there will be a continuing debate? Thank you.
I was afraid of that question. Yes, it is true that we have a number of member countries with very strong regulators, and we have other countries where decisions on tariff settings, on efficiencies, on performance indicators are more taken at the local level by the owner of the utility, and that's usually a municipality or a group of municipalities. If I look at let's say, the efficiency of the water services in the various countries, I cannot conclude that one system is necessarily better than the other. So I cannot, from what I know, say that in countries where there is no regulator, the overall performance is lower. On the other hand, in countries, I would say, where there was a lot of change needed and drastic development measures to be taken, a regulator probably makes perfect sense. So this all to say that we as Euro are very neutral on that point. For the time being, I do not see a big drive towards setting up regulators in all countries. You have considerations, but the development really where authorities say we need a regulator, I cannot see this in all countries. So what I would expect is that countries that have a strong regulator will continue to have one, and that's good. And other countries will continue to let the local level decide as to how their utilities should be developed. Very cautious reaction from my part.
Thank you, Mr. Loebel. Of course, the demand were not agreed before, as you can see from the reaction of the speaker. And coming to Mr. Fiasconaro, he said that they have some of the members of his association were speaking about a larger responsibilities that they are asked to cope with. And the point of view that I would like to get in this occasion is if this can be a way to have the design of a different kind of operator for the future that will not be in charge only of water distribution in a city, but maybe would be, as you say, a resource manager, maybe at the local level and with tariff approved by the municipal district, I don't know, but this local manager will be able to manage for all the different usages that the water can have.
Thank you for the question. I would say that the impression that we have is that this is already the case. It's already happening with different speed across the country. And here, the regulatory framework and the tariffing system has an impact whether on the speed of this process. But this evolution of the role of water utilities is already happening, is already in place, and it's needed to respond to the challenges that are coming from the importance that water has for the future of our society. We need to go towards a more integrated approach with the multiple resources, managing the multiple resources that are in water, because it's water with its multiple resources. Again, let me do a bit of advertisement. 2 years ago, we published a publication with a series of best practices of members on resilience. It was called Resilience in Action, including from the Water Group and other members, that shows clearly this evolution. There is a key point that I would like also to reiterate, following what you were saying, Mr. Bardelli, at the beginning, the EIB, and also Mr. Goossens, on cooperation. This new role of water utilities in managing the resource and the resources at large, the water cycle at large, requires some governance evolution that enable utilities to take this bigger responsibility, to reduce in particular fragmentation, and this will in any case pass for an enhanced role and an enhanced responsibility of water utilities in taking the lead in managing also the cooperations with the industrial sector, with the public authorities, with the civil society that are needed to enable this transformation and to this more integrated approach to the way we manage the resource.
Thank you. And then coming to Mrs. Pacagnan, we have understood that, but we already know that some countries have different approaches concerning governance, and that the European Union does not have at this moment or in the near future a strategy to have a common approach to the governance. And so, since you were speaking about the tariff calculation as a regulatory expert, I would like to know if you see, from your point of view, differences in financial planning coming from one reality or another, and how can we, since also, for example, where regulation is in place, you have a relevant scope of autonomy, I would say, for local municipalities that we do not want to reduce because of obvious consideration. How can we have better processes in respect of local participation, but also the timing needed to have, as you say, certainty about deadline and ability to conclude the decision that all of us are asked to.
On the financial aspect.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just commenting on
Thank
that.
you.
Otherwise, no. This is a good question, actually, because as I said before, we as a bank are more at ease when we have a regulatory system in place, where we know, we have an investment plan that is approved by a regulator. So that gives us the confidence, to enter and finance the operation. Different, as you said, consideration needs to be made when a regulator is not there. And in that respect, clearly our clients are not treated differently depending on whether there is a regulator or not. That is clear. So the starting point is always the financials of the entity we need to finance. So in that respect, the key element is the degree of cost recovery and the reassurance that if a sufficient level of cost recovery is not there, then there is a mechanism that can cover the difference, right? So we are a bank. And although in many contexts, we do, as I said before, work in a more blended finance way of working. That is, we have European funds, we have the RFF, and we still have the RFF until next year. We have other sources of funding, grants, I mean. We are also working with national guarantees lately, so not just the InvestEU, but national guarantees. So really the financing possibilities are expanding, but really the key element is to have revenues. Otherwise, as a bank, does not, we need this type of reassurance. And in that respect, when you refer to municipality, we have the small village and the big city, right? So going back to what I was alluding before, we are well positioned to support big municipalities, big cities. We don't have, alone we can't support a small commune. So in that respect, that's why we need intermediate lending. As I said before, national development banks are an option, but also working with ministries, with regional governments. We just need to have a subject between us and the client able to really implement a portfolio approach. We don't have the capacity to go and finance a very tiny, small wastewater treatment plant. This is not going to happen. So if considering the revised Urban Wastewater Directive, that to us is a challenge from an operational point of view, because we need, going back to the partnership point, we need to team up with subjects that would work with us as intermediary. Otherwise, there's a segment that we are not able to reach. That's a given point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you, and thank you to all the speakers for their honest and interesting point of view. Thank you.
We will have a small coffee break. We will ask the people also online to stay patient. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. We will be starting panel 2 on performance benchmarking in water regulation. I invite to the stage Ivailo Kastchev, WAREG Vice President and member of WAREG from the Bulgarian regulator. I invite also Trudy Higgins, Susana Rodrigues, and Kevin de Bont.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ivailo Kastchev. I'm one of the WAREG Vice Presidents, and I also represent Bulgarian Energy and Water Regulatory Commission. And I will be, let's say, your host for the second panel. This is a very nice picture of, to remind us that sometimes in order to ensure water resilience, we need to sacrifice some achievements. So this is one of the very beautiful Bulgarian dam lakes. It's called Žrepčevo. And when the dam was constructed, several villages stayed on the bottom of the new lake. And sometimes when the level of the lake falls down, the ruins of an old church named of one of the biggest Bulgarian saints, it's called Saint Ivan Rilski, appears from the water. And sometimes in the very dry years, you can even reach it without getting wet. So today, in this panel, we are going to talk about performance monitoring. We know that the new European legislation is already in place. It's quite advancing. The previous drinking water and wastewater directive were mostly focused on the quality of the water itself, while the new legislation is quite advancing and is pushing for new boundaries, including performance monitoring of the biggest operators in each country. So the member states now have to assess the levels of the water losses. They need to monitor a number of different parameters in the wastewater treatment, including discharges, sludge, greenhouse emissions, energy used, and the new wastewater directive is also pushing for energy neutrality in the wastewater treatment process. Energy audits needs to be implemented by the water operators. Both directives require for risk assessment and risk management, covering all the areas from the water abstraction points up to the wastewater discharge points. And a very important new topic in both directives is that service providers and member countries need to provide quite detailed information to the public, which is a very positive step because up to now the water sector is, let's say, missing public information in many areas. So, just a quick reminder, what is a key performance indicator? We know that this is the systematic and consistent way to measure the performance of the organization against the strategic targets of the organization itself and against the performance of the other similar of size companies in the same sector. So we as regulators, we love to use KPIs, not only to assess the quality of the service, to assess the efficiency of the operator, but also to assess the trends over the years and to see whether the operator shows progress or unfortunately shows regress during the years. Unfortunately, in the water sector, we don't have one and the same methodology. We have a number of different performance benchmarking schemes that were established for different reasons. Some of them are not publicly accessible and rely on much different methodologies. So we face a lot of challenges in the benchmarking process. On a national level, every regulator or ministry or whatever stakeholder is collecting data has to deal with the fact that most of the data is generated inside the water operators, and it's very difficult to verify the data with external sources. The data can be manipulated, the data can be mistaken, either on purpose or intentionally. And different regulators have different regulatory powers, they have different capacity and budget, and sometimes different levels of independence, which affect their ability to check, to validate, and to verify whatever data is reported from the operators. And in many cases, we need also to mention the fact that we as regulators have quite often lack of support from the other stakeholders and respective authorities in this process. In many cases, water operators also face struggle to report good quality data because of the fact that they don't talk to each other inside the company. So every time when I speak about benchmarking, I mention what you see in the picture, the islands of information. So usually we have a case where the technical department is not communicating with the economic department inside the company. And then the regulator expects something to be provided, but it's usually not with good quality. But the situation is even more difficult when we come to the international level, because we have very different schemes and capacities between the WAREC members in terms of scope of competence, in terms of data collection process and data validation, how the targets or if targets are set on the KPIs to the operators. Many regulators do not have the powers to formally approve business plan and to link the data quality, to link the quality of the service into the tariff setting process. So, several years ago, we in WAREC did a very extensive survey on the performance monitoring schemes and the KPIs that are applied by the regulators. We saw that, let's say, huge variety of different indicators are applied by WAREC members. Total of 425 KPIs were identified and analyzed. Just a quick reminder of the very different approaches of performance indicators that are used in WAREC. We almost didn't have any area of performance monitoring that have very similar, very common indicators applied. We could see that in each area there are differences in the methodologies, in the application models. Even, let's say, the most common indicator, that is non-revenue water, again, there are some regulators that have, let's say, different view of the IAA standard water balance, in which means that they do not monitor the non-revenue parameter as according to the water balance. And when you go, for example, to the water service continuity, we saw that 13 regulators use such indicator, and each regulator has a very different methodology. So the final data that is reported cannot be compared at all. Some regulators monitor it per zone, other per property, per individual interruption, per days restricted, customers affected. Any type of methodology that we can figure is applied by certain regulators, so the data cannot be benchmarked. So the good thing is that the results of this report are published on WAREC website, so anybody who wants to understand the different ways of benchmarking and performance monitoring, anybody who wants to introduce new indicators or want to amend the existing one can visit WAREC website and see the full details of each national methodology that is in application. So based on the results of this survey, WAREC decided to continue working on this topic. and decided to try to make an attempt to have an internal common performance monitoring. So the starting point was the report on the KPIs. What we decided is that we thought it would be efficient to proceed with those categories of indicators that are with a similar methodology and that are applied by as many WAREC members as possible, or to introduce such indicators where we figured out most of WAREC members would have data available in order to calculate the national level. So we prepared a methodology, including formulas, methodologies for calculation, descriptions of variables, units of variables, and of the indicator, including also sources of the information that needs to be used for each variable, and also estimation and reliability of data for each variable and for indicator as a whole. So we came up with 13 suggestions for 13 common indicators covered in 6 areas. Service coverage, we have water and sewerage coverage, water quality, again drinking water and wastewater quality, network renewal, again for water and for sanitation, non-revenue water, monitoring percentage and also in cubic meter per kilometer per day, energy consumption for drinking water supply and for wastewater treatment, and also own energy production in total for the water sector. And finally, cost coverage and staff efficiency. So for each of these KPIs, we had a very detailed description of the variables that needs to be used. In some of the cases, these common indicators are following the international approaches that are in application by the different benchmarking systems. While for other indicators, we figured out that we can introduce, let's say, new vision, mostly due to the fact that many regulators missed data for calculation of those type of indicators that are in application. So we designed a questionnaire in Excel, of course. 20 members provided the data. We had several levels of data analysis, data verification, so some of our members had to provide more than one answer in order to increase the quality and the reliability of the data before showing you the final results. And okay, this is a general summary of the results. We calculated levels of all these indicators total for WAREC for all the countries that were able to provide this information. Unfortunately, and here you can see that we have 20 participants in this survey, but the biggest amount of answers that we were able to collect was for non-revenue water of 18 responses, so 2 of our members could not report even data on non-revenue water. And even for this indicator, in these 18 responses, we have 2 that are not following the common methodology, or they have very low data reliability, which means that, again, it's difficult to benchmark these levels. And when you see the other indicators, you can see that for some of the indicators like wastewater quality and sewer network rehabilitation, less than 1/3 of the participants were able to provide data. And for example, for sewer network rehabilitation, 6 answers, 3 of them are with different methodology or different not good data quality. So basically, this level of WAREC, for example, sewer network rehabilitation, 0.6%, is not statistically valid. So now I will very quickly present the actual data provided by WAREC members in order to start the fruitful discussions that we are going to have with the panelists. So for service coverage, you see in green, this is the same color scheme is for all indicators. In green we have the total WAREC level. In purple, we have the best results that were reported, and in gray are the, let's say, the lowest results for each category. So here you can see that even for water service coverage, most of WAREC members report levels again above 80%, but still we have certain countries that are less than almost half of the population is not connected to the public water supply. For water quality, unfortunately for the wastewater quality, we could not have enough responses, so the data is not statistically valid, but for drinking water quality, the positive thing is that most of the responses are above 95%, excluding some of the countries that did not follow the methodology. So you see a different color in the bottom. Again, however, we see some countries that face some challenges of providing good quality of drinking water to the population. Unfortunately, no statistical enough data for water network rehabilitation and for sewer network rehabilitation. However, you can see the quite big difference between countries to countries. Some of the countries show almost 0.4%, while other countries were able to report more than 2% of annual network rehabilitation in the water sector. So again, we see that many countries face challenge, and it was already mentioned in the first topic that actually the network rehabilitation is the biggest challenge of all the operators in Europe now. Non-revenue water, this is usually a very hot topic, very interesting, very debatable one. Now, when we talk about non-revenue water, in percentage, we always need to keep in mind what is the reality behind this percentage, because the percentage doesn't demonstrate the actual volumes of water that is lost from leaks or is used but not built, and it doesn't represent the length of the water network that is in usage. So this is why we always need to comment the two ways of demonstrating non-revenue water, in percentage, but also in cubic meters per kilometer per day. And you can see from this graph that in some cases, high percentage is not so a bad news, let's say, because in real terms, in cubic meters per kilometer per day, the non-revenue water is not so frightening. And also, you can see the opposite. Very high level of non-revenue water in cubic meters per kilometer per day, but represented in a relatively good percentage. So when we do this analysis, we need to consider all the background behind the data. Electricity consumption. Now, I intentionally put the energy consumption for water supply and for wastewater treatment in small graphs, because here we are not sure what the data actually represents. Usually this indicator should be reduced, so if you have less kilowatt hours per cubic meters of water or wastewater, you are more efficient. However, in this case, when compare different countries with different level of quality of treatment, of integration in introduction of the European requirements. In some cases, low level of this indicator may show that not all requirements have been implemented and fulfilled by the water sector. What is more important is on the right of the diagram, is the own energy production. And unfortunately, only 9 of the 20 participants were able to provide such information. And you can see that it varies a lot from 2% in one country to more than 30% of own production in 2 of the countries, which means that we have very positive news, and it would be interesting to further investigate how these countries were able to motivate the operators to achieve such a good levels of own energy production. And finally, the cost coverage and staff efficiency. Cost coverage, you see quite a big difference between the countries. Positive news is that in most of the cases we have reports above 100%, which means that the revenues cover the regulated costs. However, some of the countries face quite big challenge, and they need to push for further tariff increase, because their service provision obviously is not relying on the tariffs but on the subsidies from the governments. And from the staff efficiency, now usually staff efficiency is measured of number of staff against length of network, number of customers, or number of service connections. However, due to the fact that many regulators do not have such data, we try to calculate it in a bit different way. So here you can see what percentage of the population actually in the country works in the water sector. So we say test the staff efficiency from a slightly different perspective. However, here we can see that even from this perspective, you can say in which sector is overstaffed and has too many employees, and which countries have achieved very, very good efficiency in the staff. And again, this is what could be investigated further to see how these countries were able to achieve these good results. So finally, introduction of common KPIs is a very difficult process, even when it's introduced on national level, but it's getting even worse when you try to introduce common key performance indicators methodology internationally. Why? Because authorities not have the data itself, or they may not have the right data that is required to calculate indicators following the methodologies. And if we don't apply the same approach, we end up in comparing apples and pears, which means that we do nothing. In some cases, data is available, but it's with very low quality, and again, it's not benchmarkable. We also saw a case where the data is available, but it's not allowed for publishing, which means that, again, we are not doing the performance monitoring internationally. So for each of the areas that we try to investigate, we see that some countries cannot follow the common methodology, and they have different data and different application. Even for service coverage, which is usually, we expect that the regulators have information about how much of the population receives the public water supply or public sanitation service, it appears that some of the regulators simply don't have this data, or they do not use population, but they use households and households with effective service. So it's quite difficult to introduce international performance monitoring, but we see this exercise as the initial step which will give us ideas of how to proceed, to investigate, to try to collect data, and try to introduce common WAREC performance monitoring. And of course, at some point, when the data is verified, we can even start to publish this information on our website. So thank you for your attention on this presentation. I now want to announce our panelists. Ms. Susana Rodriguez, who is head of the quality department in ERSAR, which is the water regulator in Portugal. Mr. Kevin de Bont, who is water technical advisor for Brugel, which is the water regulator in Brussels here in Belgium, and Ms. Trudy Higgins, who is policy officer in DG Environment in European Commission. Okay. So, in order to start our discussion, We will try to have several rounds of topics, and each of the panelists will provide its opinion on the matters that we discussed. We saw from the presentation and from this WAREC activity on common KPIs that it's quite difficult, even quite provocative, to introduce common performance monitoring through international authorities with different skills, with different capacities. So we see that we have lots of different topics to consider during such exercise. But what do you consider as the biggest challenge of introducing performance monitoring nationally? I would start by a very quick observation for me as an expert in this area. For me, the most difficult challenge would be to make sure that everybody is reading on the same page. So everybody has the same understanding of what is required, what specific data is required, how it should be collected, how it should be verified, and we make sure that no operator or whatever stakeholder is supposed to report data has different interpretation of the methodology. In Bulgaria, we saw that for many years before we advanced our regulation and before we introduced more detailed requirements, when we had the initially simpler system of describing the KPIs, it appeared that almost every operator had their own interpretation of what data could be reported and what data could be excluded in the process. So, Susanna, I think we can start with you.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here on this panel about performance benchmarking, which is a subject that we work a lot at ERSAR. We put a lot of effort on this subject. And thank you for the question. I've prepared some notes that I will follow so I don't forget any key messages that I want to pass. So about the challenging, I think that there is more than one challenge. I selected 4 that I would like to highlight. The first one, of course, is what Ivalio already said. It's the harmonizing methodologies and definitions across the diverse regulatory framework in Europe. It's probably the greatest challenge that we face, because KPIs results have to be comparable. So in Europe, regulators operate under different legal, institutional, and operational contexts. So this leads to variations in calculation methods, level of detail, and interpretation. So each member state, and sometimes regions within member states, use distant definitions, distant KPIs, distant calculations, methods, and reporting practices. So without the common language and the methodology, benchmarking can become misleading or even unfair, and that's a big problem. So I think the solution would be a shared technical guide with standardized formulas, boundaries, and units, which is essential for comparability. And this should be applicable to every operator, independent of its nature, management model, or size. So a concrete example that I can share on this is the service coverture that Ival already talked about. We have a simple KPI, which is the service coverture. And some members calculate this KPI using the number of inhabitants, and others use the number of households. So this makes a simple KPI impossible to compare. So this is a real example with a very simple solution. Another concrete example is the non-revenue water. This KPI may be calculated differently depending whether utilities use estimated and apparent losses or if they use measured real losses. So comparing different non-revenue results, it's like really comparing apples to oranges with oranges. So, and of course, the the policy conclusions drawn from such comparisons are very dangerous and may even misallocate investments. Other example is the cost recovery KPI. So considering that different tariff structures, and the first panel was about funding, of course the tariff is the primary funding for our sector, but considering that different tariff structures among utilities makes more difficult to calculate and validate an harmonized cost recovery KPI, I would like to highlight an European-funded project, which is AquaTariff, in the scope of the Science for Policy initiative that was promoted by PlanApp and developed by Liswater from Portugal. And the project aims to achieve an ideal tariff structure for water services, establishing guiding principles for tariff formulation to promote efficiency and fairness, evaluating Portugal's water service tariffs and proposing investments aligned with international best practices and, of course, the strategic national plan, addressing not only economic sustainability, but user equity, environmental costs. Some of the identified improvements on this AquaTariff study are to simplify non-domestic user categories, implement progressive tariffs for domestic users, and also to harmonize environmental taxes. So going further, the second critical aspect I would like to emphasize is the dimension and the complexity of the system. So the message is the system has to be as simple as possible and as small as possible, but at the same time it must address all the key performing challenges of the water sector. So it's not easy to define a short list of KPIs and evaluate all the relevant aspects that we need to measure, and also to evaluate the targets. So to enable comparability across the diverse operational scales and management models is very difficult. And to align KPIs with multiple regulatory goals requires careful balancing. And when you start from scratch, you need to select your goals based on the legal framework and the national strategic plan for the water sector, and then define the KPIs to evaluate each goal that you identified. Evaluation systems must then evolve with the evolution of the goals. For example, in Portugal, in the more than 20 years of experience with our quality of service evaluation system, we are already on our 4th generation of KPIs. So our technical guide is on its 4th version. We reviewed the system to stay updated with new goals, considering the new directives, new KPIs and new reference values. So in the last revision of the system, the national goal had to be contextualized in a scenario of energy unstable markets, climate change resilience, and water safety and security, including cybersecurity, that we incorporated on the new KPIs. The third challenge that I would like to talk about is the level of acceptance of the utilities. Utilities may fear regulation burden on reporting on reputational risks or funding consequences. So introducing KPIs and benchmarking often meets some resistance from the operators because it exposes, of course, performance gaps. So the engagement and communication strategies must be adopted. Regulators should frame KPIs as positive instruments for improvement, not punishment. And KPIs should be presented as useful tools for utilities to use on their day-to-day operation. So taking the Portuguese experience, it's important to say that the reporting mechanism and all the information that is involved on the evaluation system is managed by an IT platform, which is a very simple platform to use. So simplicity is also the key. linking the regulator with all the water utilities. So the platform includes rules and automatic errors detection, and so if any value is not mathematically possible, an error pops up. And of course, complementing this IT platform, we also have our technical guide. And finally, the fourth and the final challenge that I would like to talk about, which is very easy to identify but very hard to address, is the data reliability and validation capacity. KPIs are only as credible as the data that is behind them. So smaller utilities may lack robust IT systems, audit trails, or quality assurance procedures. So before ranking, publishing, or reporting results, including the national results to the Commission, member states or regulators must ensure that utilities have the capacity and the systems to produce accurate and validated data, combining automatic checks with targeted audits to build trust. Without strong data validation mechanisms, benchmarking risks becoming misleading or even counterproductive. For example, in Portugal, ERSAR invested heavily in establishing validation rules and audit pathways with significantly improved confidence in published results. So, of course, auditing is a highly time-consuming and financial-consuming task. To audit all water utilities in Portugal, and we have more than 350 utilities, it would require significant investment on both human and financial resources, including the need of outsourcing. So the solution that we adopted is to apply a predefined risk matrix that evaluates and ranks the utilities based on a statistical analysis on the historical data, quality and validation needs, which defines then a sample of utilities to audit, choosing operators with a higher risk each year. So, concluding, the main four challenges to address in my view is first, harmonizing methodologies, second, the dimension and the complexity of the evaluation system, third, the cultural acceptance of the system, and finally, fourth, the data reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Kevin?
Thank you. Okay, it's working? Yeah. So thank you very much, Ivailo, for having me the opportunity to talk about the experience of monitoring in Brussels. So I work for Bruegel with a regional regulator. So it says that I will give an answer in line with Susanna, but not with exactly the same challenges, or only part of them. So my answer will be on two key aspects. So the difficulty of comparison, and the second one, the importance of discussion and the common understanding with the operators. So on the difficulties of the comparison, as regional regulator, we are a regional regulator because the water sector is regional. So it means that in Belgium, within Belgium, there are 3 different water sectors. So it's very difficult for us to find another party sharing our common interest, regulating interest, regulating scope. So we are focusing on asset management policy and quality of service. But even with a regulator in another region, it's possible that this regulator won't develop the same scope, the same interest, because the legal context is different, because the governance is different, because the community expectations are different. And also the specificities of the operators. So while benchmarks are useful tools, they are not a goal. So for us, especially a regional regulator, we can use benchmark, even if it's difficult to compare, to set an objective. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is to look at the evolution of the performance of the operator. It means that whatever the benchmark said, we should be in accordance with our operators to say this is the achievable goal and this is the money you receive to go there. Because when we see performance, behind that there is resources needed to achieve this performance. So the regulators look at the technical KPI, but in taking in the mind that behind this there are costs and also efficiency of the operator. So this brings me to the second point. This is the time needed for the discussion, the common understanding of the data that should be used, of the objectives. So this is very, very important, but of course it depends on the what I call maturity of the operator. If a regulator asks for specific KPIs which needs specific data which isn't measured, the operator has to estimate this. And so the regulator has to validate the data source, but also the calculation. So it's very important to ask adequate indicators in comparison, in accordance to the water operator maturity. And this maturity will evolve as regulator. We want they improve their measurements in order to translate the value of the service they provide to the consumer. So in short, the two major points for us as Bruegel is the difficulty of comparison, but at the same time, we had the chance to work only with one operator for each activity, so we could spend this time to achieve this common understanding.
Thank you, Kevin. Trudy, you will demonstrate quite a little different perspective.
Sure. Yeah. So, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Trudy Higgins, and just so that you know that the DG Environment, we've put into place two pieces of legislation, as you've had good presentation on already. The recast Drinking Water Directive, and also more recently the recast Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. So I suppose in the last 5 to 7 years at DG Environment, we've reflected on compliance at member state level and at agglomeration level and at water supply level. And what you see in the new directives is really an effort to support the better use of KPIs. We did work with the OECD in both 2020 and 2023 to inform our work. And what I'm hearing from my two co-panelists is reflections that resonate with what we saw at across the EU27 in terms of a lot of different data being collected, and again the old WAREG study as well reflected that as well. Different KPIs, operators not maybe collecting the data at all. Also different data being collected for the same issue, so leakage being the obvious one we've heard a lot about, but there are other KPIs. I think also the driver for the KPIs, so that it's not just only on assessing the performance, which obviously links to the compliance, which is a slightly different piece of work, but also understanding that the sector is very diverse in terms of the type of operators, the scale of them, how they're structured and how they're governed. So there is an understanding, obviously the compliance data speaks for itself, that there's always opportunities for process improvements. And that's part of the journey that the KPIs can support the operators, the municipalities, and also the regulators in their work. And just again, what we've tried to do in the two directives, and we know it's going to be a journey, is bring it through relatively comparable sets of KPIs. So normalization factors to start with, population equivalent, and we do have quite a few definitions in our directives that can help. A focus on the quality of the effluent or the drinking water, energy and climate, so whether inadvertently through how you manage your leakage you support better greenhouse gas emissions, or through energy neutrality in your wastewater treatment plants. A lot of transparency, and I think that can be very important, so that the customer, whether they're domestic or non-domestic, the citizen or who else is there? There's the customer, the person at the end of the tap, that they understand what they're paying for, where the water comes from, and also that they can compare what's happening across municipalities or regions and understand with the various factors that they're getting value for money, a bit of push and a bit of pull. Also in the new directives, we're looking for information that's useful at a less granular level than maybe operationally, but on investment and operational costs, about cost recovery, and also the quality of the service. So what customers feel about how they're being responded to when they have an incident or an. That's a lot of what the directive has done, and it does reflect that it is a challenging situation. And I know you've had already presentations this morning on funding and financing, and some other more personal takeaways about maybe challenges that can seem apparent would be around training. So again, we've got a lot of different scales of operators, and I think, by and large, they're all trying to do the right thing, but maybe to understand how to take these ominous-looking directives and actually implement them, how that transfers into work on the ground. I suppose ensuring that the KPIs don't have unintended consequences, that balance maybe, say, between wastewater treatment and energy usage. And also there's an opportunity for sharing of best practice, and I know that that's something that WAREG does do. Also, we're asking for a lot of data to be collected, but we are working, for instance, the Commission is working with the European Environment Agency in being smarter about collecting the right data and making it more accessible. So even though we have all these annexes with reporting requirements that are KPI-like, that we want the data to be collected faster and smarter, and it's more readily available to whoever might need it. So I think there's, we're starting with the hard bit, so hopefully the discussion will get more positive as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. And we all applaud the fact that the European Commission is now pushing for performance monitoring, for measuring of efficiency. In both directives, we have certain performance indicators that are in place, but we are still to see the technical details of how these performance monitoring schemes will be introduced and how we make sure that each member country will follow the same approach, we follow the same methodology. So I think it's useful to discuss now what would be the most efficient way that we as an experts think this common international monitoring scheme could be introduced. From my perspective, for example, I would say that I think that each member state has some existent monitoring scheme, but it's very different from country to country. So in order to make sure that you introduce common methodology and everybody applies it, I think it's useful to investigate what are the existing schemes in each country, to investigate what kind of data is available and is collected, how the data is verified, and then when you introduce the common methodology, you make sure that it reflects the individual specifics of each country. Susanna, what do you think?
Well, I really agree with you. I think two priorities should be addressed when we think about the new requirements of the two directives. The two revised directives, the Drinking Water Directive and the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. The first one, I think is maybe the best way to go forward, is to establish a regulator or a regulatory authority or a centralized responsible entity in all member states to ensure a systematic, centralized monitoring system for the collection, for the validation, for the treatment and processing reliable data. So I think the water sector in each country needs to have an entity, a national entity that is able to centralize the information. And I think this is the only way to enable a really accurate evaluation of the implementing measures of the directives. So then having those responsibility entities established, the second priority is to recommend that maybe the European Commission could promote an harmonization of methodologies for monitoring the requirements established in the directives by establishing detailed guidelines for the member states, because we don't have that. And to do that, my advice would be to develop this harmonized KPI framework in Europe with clear definitions, calculating formulas and reporting protocols, maybe building on initiatives like the WAREG initiative, the survey that was made about common KPIs. This is I think that we can build on this work done by WAREG. Also, we have experience in some countries. In Portugal, we have ERSA's methodology of quality of service KPIs. We have our technical guide, which is translated to English. So we have a lot of good experiences in some member states that could be a starting point. Maybe we could start slowly and identify first a core set of Tier 1 KPIs for universal adoption, and then a Tier 2 context-specific indicators. I think that being able to publish this European harmonized guide for KPIs would be, of course, for sure, a big challenge, but also a big step forward on the water sector in Europe. Another advice would be that I think that the member states and utilities need tools, need training to collect, validate, and report data. So the second advice I would give is to the Commission is on funding the investment in training programs and on data analysts and management to support digital interoperable platforms, IT platforms. Another advice is to promote benchmarking between member states as a strategic tool, not just to comply, linking results to the incentive set, such as funding eligibility, promoting sunshine regulation with public disclosure of comparable results between member states, which would foster for accountability. For example, in Portugal, utilities that perform well gain access to modernization funds, creating a positive feedback loop. So, going to our practical experience in Portugal to address the new requirements introduced by the directives in Portugal, ERSA undertook a revision of the National Performance Assessment System. The Drinking Water Directive maintains its primary effective objective of protecting human health from the adverse effects of any contamination. But this directive also introduced the obligation of member states to carry out an assessment of water losses levels. So in ERSAR, we already incorporated 2 KPIs to address these 2 challenges of the directives, the safe water indicator and the real water losses indicator. Considering the Urban Wastewater Directive, the reclaimed water production is included within the broader objective of promoting circularity. So considering this, a new indicator, which is the reclaimed water production, was included in our evaluation system. And additionally, to address the new challenge established by the Urban Wastewater Directive, which stipulates that wastewater treatment plants serving populations greater than 10,000 population equivalents must achieve an energy neutrality by 2045 through the exclusive use of renewable or self-generated energy. We also included a new KPI, an indicator on our system called the self-produced energy. So these are some examples of the work that KPIs and including KPIs on the national quality evaluation systems can do to monitor the directive requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Susana. Kevin?
Thank you. I wouldn't give advice. I will talk about experience here in Brussels. And when we started the missions in the water sector in 2018, we could rely on the experience already developed for the energy sector, because of course the indicators are not the same, but the methodology, the data validation, the integration of the KPIs with our goal of controlling the cost, this was already done. So it's really an asset to have this kind of multi-sector regulator. Talking about selection of KPIs, before we entered in the water sector, the operators were already involved in some benchmark exercises. These benchmarks are quite developed with a large number of KPI, well defined, the data sources, but they were defined by the operator themselves and by the more mature operators, which means that these KPIs are very specific and maybe aren't applicable for all the operators. And also, some of these KPIs, or a large part of them, don't fit with the regulation requirements. So it means, once again, that we, as regulator, should develop other KPIs, and I think it is okay to allow the regulators to increase the numbers of KPIs or to measure one quality of service with different KPIs. The goal is mainly to give the good interpretation of these KPIs. And this is very, very important. So giving some place to the interpretation, not only the numbers, but the interpretation. So, and if regulators, and certainly multi-sector regulators, are implied in this new monitoring scheme, then it will reinforce the capacity of the water regulators to act effectively in the water sector. If not, it will somehow dilute the monitoring requirements of the regulators in other reporting.
Thank you, Kevin. Trudy?
Yeah. So I suppose talking about implementation from the Commission's position is slightly different. So I'll just maybe give a bit of context. Obviously, the Commission doesn't implement the directives. That's at member state level with their authorities. What we do, and we're very mindful that there's a lot of activity in, as we call it, clean water services at the moment, is we have in place informal expert groups, both on implementation of the Drinking Water Directive and the Wastewater Directive. They're there to ensure coordination between the Commission and all the member states and help the member states in carrying out that implementation. They also, as you may, or I'm sure some of you are aware, particularly in the Wastewater Directive, but both directives have a number of secondary legislation, so there's a lot of number of delegated acts and implementing acts that are there to harmonise the work. So again, in those expert groups, DG Environment are working with the member states, and we're there to support in terms of exchange of experiences and practices. So we have provided through the expert groups, and then even through subgroups that are more specialised, some platform to work on. So whether it's leakage, where we have a good co-chair here from Portugal working with one of my colleagues. We have actually 3 subgroups on urban wastewater at the moment. So we've co-chairs from Denmark, the Netherlands and Portugal as well. And I think that's where we can help on the uniformity of conditions and getting to that point of how do we come up with a leakage indicator. So that work is obviously very mature compared to some of the other work that we're doing. So that, just to be aware that is there. And in terms of the 2 pieces of legislation, there's a lot there in terms of articles and annexes that need to be reported on and complied with in the coming years, but I won't bore you with that detail for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. We had a number of other interesting topics to discuss. Unfortunately, our time is over. So I think that the discussion was very fruitful, very useful for the stakeholders and the people who observe this event. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Trudy. Let's give us applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will welcome the following panelists to the stage, but first just some technical works in changing the glasses and the chairs. We are starting panel number 3 with the topic of embedding producer responsibility in wastewater investment. I would like to invite to the stage the moderator, Paul Kshagvari, the WAREC president and member of the board of the Hungarian regulator. I would also like to invite Andrea Guerini, member of the Italian regulator and member of the board. Konstantinos Tsimaras, also WAREC vice president and RAI board member, also Andrea, WAREC vice president. Gary Villalanda Sokolova from Euro, and Julia Gadani from REF Research, and Csaba Arangi from the National Hungarian Waterworks.
Thank you, David. Let me welcome also all of you. So no coffee break and the last panel before lunch. So it's my tough job to keep your attention up. I will do my best. So, following the discussion how to strengthen the European water resilience, we had discussing the financing issues, we had discussing the benchmarking issues, and now we will discuss a relatively new concept, the EPR scheme in the wastewater industry, which is new for the wastewater sector, but not new in general, because the waste in the waste sector, this type of scheme already exists. And as you know, that WAREG is a water association, but many of our members is not just a water regulator, but have a wider scope, including waste, so solid waste activity as well. So internally within WAREG, we had an idea which was developed that as already there's experience in the waste sector, why not to have some kind of a comparison idea or a work to be started to gather all that is already in the solid waste sector, and how can we transfer this kind of knowledge to the wastewater sector. So to say, if it comes to the implementation, what we regulators should propose to our ministries, that what kind of model works, what kind of model doesn't work. So that's why we initiated an open call for a study this July, and an Italian consultant company, Ref Ricerche, got the contract from WAREG. So they are in the middle of the delivery. So it started in September, and it will be ready by summer next year. And we are in the perfect time to have the first results of the study to discuss the waste part and also the wastewater part, and to have some key concept about what works and what is transferable and what is not transferable, also from regulatory point of view, but from policy point of view, this study is quite useful. So without further ado, let me ask Ms. Giulia Gadani from Ref Ricerche to present the study.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you very much for your participation and for the opportunity to be presenting to you today the preliminary evidence of our research, where we are partners of WAREG. So I'm Giulia Gadani, I'm a researcher at REF, and REF is an economic and research company which is based in Milan. This is the agenda for today. So first of all, I will be introducing to you the concept of EPR. Secondly, I will be introducing the Wastewater Treatment Directive, followed by a discussion on which could be a possible EPR scheme for the wastewater sector, keeping into consideration which could be the elements that can be transferred or cannot be transferred from the waste to the wastewater sector. Finally, I will highlight which could be a possible role of the regulators in the implementation of this directive. I'm reporting here a glossary, and I'm fully available to go back to it. These are basically the most important EPR schemes definition. But exactly when we introduce the EPR scheme, what are we talking about? So we're talking about a very complex policy instrument where there are several actors, so namely the European Commission, the member states, producer responsibility organizations, and they are all connected by information and financial flows. Now I'm turning to the part where I'm showing you some preliminary evidence of our research, so considering the waste-related EPR schemes. In blue, you can see the countries which are the object of our research, so there are 16, with a good representation of countries from the center, the eastern, south, and north of Europe. And we analyzed waste streams which are mandated and which are not mandated by the European Union legislation. And we found more or less that there is a number of EPR schemes which is around 130. but unfortunately only a few of them can be retained for an analysis and adaptation to the wastewater sector. And we consider here several elements like eco-modulation, the composition of the PRO board, and also governance elements. Now, the extended producer responsibility scheme, they have been introduced for the first time in Europe across Germany and Sweden in the 90s. But their concept formally entered into the European Union level legislation in 2008 with the Waste Framework Directive. Also in 2018, the European Union set also the minimum criteria. So now there is an harmonization of EPR schemes. So there is also the coexistence of old and new EPR schemes. The EPR is a policy instrument. It's a policy instrument which, following the pollution-pays principle, it is aimed at making the producer responsible throughout the entire life cycle of their products, so from the design to the disposal of them. And the goals can be different, if we look at this policy instrument, according to the sector. For instance, in the waste sector, the producer is responsible for the collection, the sorting, the treatment and the disposal of their physical products. Instead, in the wastewater sector, the producers are financing the cost of removing the micropollutants that, through the human consumption, are released into the wastewater. Now, turning to the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, this entered into force January 1st, 2025. It is expected to be implemented into the national legislations by July 31st, 2027. And the deadline for an EPR scheme to be in place in each member state is December 31st, 2033. The goal of this directive is that of protecting the human health and the aquatic ecosystem from the unintended impacts of the untreated wastewater. And through this directive, the producers, they are required to finance at least the 80% of the full cost, which are in line with upgrading of the quaternary treatment plants. So the full cost are all the costs which are connected with the provision of a service. And this is a concept which is different from the full cost, which is the type of cost we can find in the Waste Framework Directive. We can find the efficiency cost. So these are the costs which are related to the provision of a service in a cost-efficient way. We can find also additional deadlines contained in the directive, and they depend on the size of the agglomeration and the load of the discharges. For instance, the wastewater treatment plants, they will not have to comply all at the beginning, but the implementation of the upgrading of the systems is something which is gradual. So at the beginning, by 2033, only the 20% of the wastewater treatment plants will need to comply with the directive. This percentage is expected to increase to 100%, so full coverage by 2045. There is a set of costs that the producers must bear, and they are related to capital expenditures, operational expenditures, cost for monitoring, as well as cost for data collection, also connected with the hazardousness and the quantity of the products that are put on the market. Moreover, we have also costs not only related to the new quaternary treatments, which must be put in place through this directive, but we also have costs connected with the quaternary treatments which are already established, so prior to the introduction of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive recast. The first preliminary economic assessments are showing that the yearly cost connected with the quaternary treatment upgrade will be large, and we are in an order of magnitude of 2.2 billion per year connected with the quaternary treatment upgrading, and there will be cost both on the consumers and on the companies. In any case, the companies already reported the case to the European General Court, and we are also waiting for also a new publication by the European Commission to see which are the costs, keeping into account eventually new estimations. There are only indeed two targeted industries, which are the cosmetic and the pharmaceutical industries. So they are found to be the largest contributors to the release of micropollutants into the wastewater. Through this directive, we have different actors with different tasks and also heterogeneous consequences. So the producers, they are asked to cover at least the 80% of the full cost. And an aspirational goal also of the directive is also to have them changing the ingredients into their formulation, which is something which is easier for the cosmetic rather than for the pharmaceutical sector. Inside the utilities, they are requested to do the investment, so to upgrade the quaternary treatment plants and to remove the micropollutants from the wastewater. Moreover, the utilities are also required to do the monitoring. An important point is that despite there is a decrease in the micropollutants concentration, there should be like a reduction in the EPR contribution that the producers will finance, but it is not to give for granted that there will be a reduction also in the CAPEX and OPEX, because the investments for the treatment plants, those are sunk costs, so they still need to be financed. And also, if we consider the operational expenditures, these might not be reduced, or even they might decrease with a reduction in the micropollutant level in the water, because we have a percentage target, which is provided by the directive. So there should be 80% percentage removal of the micropollutants between the inflows and the outflows. And this removal generates greater cost in the case where the micropollutant level are already lower. So I'm now moving to the EPR part, where we are seeing which could be a possible EPR scheme model in the wastewater sector. And we created a classification of transferability. So we are looking to what extent an EPR scheme, an EPR feature of the waste sector can be transferred to the wastewater. So we have a not applicable classification, we have high, moderate, and low level of transferability. Now I'm looking in each slide, you will see a different color, and I'm going through an explanation for this. So now I'm starting with a not applicable class, where there is no any meaningful discussion which could be made about a transferability or not. Because, for instance, we already know that who are the producers, so those are the cosmetic and the pharmaceutical industries. We already have a definition of the producer in the directive. And we know that an EPR scheme must be collective, so not an individual one, and it must be mandatory, so not a voluntary one. Now I'm turning to a low transferability criteria. So first of all, in the way that this EPR scheme is foreseen by the directive, it is going to be especially a financial mechanism rather than an operational one. Because it's the producer responsibility organizations who are actually in charge of removing the micropollutants from the wastewater, so not the producers. Moreover, the wastewater sector is highly regulated, is a fully centralized, and it constitutes a natural monopoly sector, because given a certain area, we have only one wastewater treatment plant. And for this reason, we would expect the member states not to adopt a multi-PRO competitive model, given these reasons. Moreover, there is no any material to be recovered from the wastewater treatment activities, and then also the possibility to develop a secondary raw material market is also extremely limited. But so given that, let's say, a competition between producer responsibility organizations is unlikely to provide any added value, it is also expected that the nature of the producer responsibility organizations is not for profit. Moreover, it would be also important that, considering eco-modulation, it is the utilities that set any eco-modulation criteria, because nobody better than the utilities knows which is the real cost connected with treating the various micropollutants. And moreover, it would be important to have a fee modulation which is homogeneous across the member states. So to send a signal to the producers which is sort of heterogeneous. So they receive similar incentives to treat at the inflow, to remove the micropollutants on the inflow level. Additionally, in the way that it's been working so far, the eco-modulation criteria has been only, unfortunately, able to provide a very weak price signal to the market. Now turning to the high transferability criteria, it is also expected that a single producer responsibility organization monopoly model might be eventually put in place by member states. Due to the following reasons. So there are going to be a lot of investments which to be mobilized in the next years for this sector. And these long-term investments would need a centralized, coordinated planning. Secondly, again, this is a natural monopoly context, the one of the wastewater sector. And such governance model, for instance, would ensure that there is cost predictability, that the operators are operating on a level playing field, so they receive similar, they have similar rules, and there is a coordination in the cost coverage, which is performed by the regulators, who could also set like allocation criteria in terms of the funds which are allocated to the utilities. And it would be also important to have like a state-managed, public fund mechanism. This is something we imagine also here, and we are thinking of the cases of Croatia and Hungary, but with some modifications, because here the directive is asking the presence of a producer responsibility organization. It's something mandatory. Instead, in those in those states, there is not a producer responsibility organization. What we're thinking is basically a public fund which is financed by the producers' contributions, which are collected by the PROs. And there is a state concessionaire which is managing these funds. Finally, another, let's say, advantage of this model would be administrative simplicity, because if there is only a producer responsibility organization, the producers could have only one point of contact. Moreover, let's say a disadvantage eventually of a multi-PRO competitive model would be that eventually the PROs would have to manage a vast amount of contracts with utilities, which could be especially technical and complex, and they would also be required to monitor utilities who are very heterogeneous in their specific characteristics. Finally, turning to the last point, to the last row, eventually in terms of PRO's internal governance, it would be interesting perhaps to have to be inspired by a hybrid public-private EPR model, like in France, where in the PRO board we can find members from the scientific, public authorities and NGOs community. So in this way there is a transparent decision-making process in place, and also the defense of the public interest, also considering also the consumers. Now I'm moving towards the end of my presentation, and I would like to highlight which could be the possible role of regulators, how they could be involved in the implementation of this directive. So first of all, there is a planning exercise that needs to be performed, because we have seen that the implementation of the directive across the wastewater treatment plants is something which will be gradual. So it could be also in the hands of the regulators to decide which could be the order of the upgrading across the various plants. Secondly, something which needs to be decided also is which are the eligible costs in the full cost umbrella, and how to, let's say, transfer eventually this cost into the tariff. So there's a sort of benchmarking exercise, keeping into also account the tariff and this new voice of cost that need to be inserted that must be performed. Also, the role will be important to decide like a planning of investments and also to oversee the flows of, let's say, of the finances, that flow of money that there will be between the various parties. Additionally, and I'm looking at the point 3, something important will be also to set exact coverage rate, because the directive sets a minimum amount, which is the 80% of the full cost. But eventually this percentage could be also higher, and they could decide which is the target percentage to be set in the national implementation of the directive, and how to cover the remaining part. Will this be in the tariff or public finances, or again other producers' contributions or other contributors' let's say contributions? Looking at the point 4, they could also play an important role in setting disincentive and incentive mechanisms that could be in place, so that we respect the environmental targets set by the directive and technical quality standards. Moreover, they could oversee the economic relationships between the parties and contractual adjustments, like what if the agreements between the parties, between, for instance, the producer responsibility organizations and the utilities, is something which is not in line with the timeline set by the directive. Moreover, other key points, and I'm moving to the last ones, could be also ensure that there is tariff affordability, also given that a cost will be likely be borne also by the consumers. Perform an harmonization of the reporting system, and also make a system-wide monitoring of the performances. Now I would like to conclude with some preliminary insights which are stemming from our research. So first of all, there is no need for a market competition in our view, because the wastewater sector is highly regulated, fully centralized, and represents a natural monopoly. Second point, central planning would be needed. This in order to provide certainty about the cost and the investments to the operators and to the wastewater utilities, and also to respect the objectives, the environmental targets, and the requirements of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive in a timely and effective way. Finally, the regulators are key. Thanks to their expertise, they can provide a very important added value to the implementation of the directive. Their role we have seen could be, they could play an important part in, for example, benchmarking the quaternary cost in the tariff, ensuring tariff affordability, guiding which could be the investment funding decisions, and finally performing a monitoring of the system. These are just a selection of the many roles that could be provided to them. So with this last final slide, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm available for any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Please join us. At the end there will be possibility also to ask from the audience if you can react to that, and or if there is any question or comment you would like to intervene. So first, staying on your presentation, because I have seen that there were not many green lights. So discussing the model side of the question, let me turn first to Andrea Guerini from the Italian regulator. You have a broad scope and long experience also in the waste sector. So you have seen that what elements of the model are transferable and what is less transferable. Do you agree? you have some other comments or ideas?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I agree with several elements that are in this preliminary report that have been launched by Giulia and the REF Ricerche team. I think we have to start from the biggest differences between the EPR, the biggest difference between the EPR in the wastewater sector and in the waste sector. Because the EPR in the waste sector, it seems to me, is based to a market-based approach where the PRO are engaged not only for financial support the recycling activities, but they are actively and operate directly in some countries also as collection and recycling operators. While in the wastewater sector seem to the EPR in the wastewater sector seem to be just a financial rule that will be covered by the PRO because there will be no market. So while in the waste sector there is a market for the recycled materials and the way the PRO is financing and covering the cost for separate collection is coming from the price that and the value that the PRO are willing to pay for the recycled materials according to a market approach. In the wastewater sector, we have not this type of market mechanism. It seems to me that it's quite impossible to have this type of activity because there is no recycling. It's just a removal of pollutions. And so the PRO just have to trust in the job that, for example, economic regulator can be done if we will be entrusted for managing the EPR scheme at country level. So where I see in the waste sector an EPR model that is market-based, I'm seeing at the wastewater sector, the EPR in the wastewater sector as a regulatory based, where there will be there could be a key rule of economic regulators which could act as guarantors, as an allied of also of big pharma, of producer and so on, because with our toolkits we have the possibility to avoid any extra charge of inefficient cost within the burden that should be sustained by the sector of pharmaceutical sector and cosmetic sector. We have also in our toolkit some methodologies for assuring quality, because while in the PR scheme in the waste sector the quality is assured by the market that pay more if the quality is higher, and so it's an incentive for waste utilities to improve their separate collection. Since these market-based approaches cannot be applied in the wastewater sector, I think the only one who can assure the improvement of quality in the wastewater sector is the regulator that can act with the traditional tool of output-based regulation with KPIs, setting targets, and so on. So it is my view, and it is maybe the biggest differences, and so that avoid any replication of all the tools that we know are applied in the waste sector to the wastewater sector.
Clear. Thank you. Let me pick up on that and turn to Konstantinos. So from Greek perspective, how you see that taking into account the particularities of many small islands and very high touristic peak. So I mean, but let's stay for the model question. What's your opinion on that?
Well, concerning the model question, I will agree with Andrea and his approach. Concerning your question about the situation that we have in Greece with a lot of islands, we have about 6,000 of islands and a lot of tourists during the summer period. So, as you can understand, we have the double or more than the double of the population of Greece as tourists in Greece. almost 11 million inhabitants. And I think this year we had 22 million of tourists. So you can imagine the pressure on the islands or the other coastal areas that they are accepting tourists. For example, we will give you an example. The small island of Meganisi has 1,000 inhabitants, and the islands have every summer about 10,000 tourists. Rhodes, you know Rhodes, very known island, has 120,000 inhabitants. And this year had more than 1 million tourists, I believe. So you can imagine the pressure on the system of wastewater. And the problem that we have is that the municipal enterprises which are responsible for the treatment of waste-waters are small enterprises, small and medium enterprises. And also, as you can understand, most of the wastewater plants are in the coastal areas. So that give us an image of the pressure of this, on these wastewater plants. And I have to say also that concerning the stage of these water plants, we have about 40% of the second stage, 26% on the third stage. We do not have water plants for on the fourth stage, and we have also a 24%. Which is a combination of second and third stage. And so as you can understand, there's an enormous pressure during summer concerning the reuse of water coming from these wastewater plants. 40% is used to water green areas, parks, etc. 30% for agriculture, and another 20% is for industrial use.
Thank you. So now let's turn to the corporate opinion. So first, let me ask Gary. Of course, we discussed the European landscape, but first, during the coffee break, you mentioned that you would like to react on the presentation as well.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is working. Thanks a lot for a very thorough presentation, Julia. There are lots of things there. And as Paul said, I do want to start by a quick reaction, and that will set the tone of my intervention. I think we have to be very aware that the EPR is not just a policy approach or a policy instrument. EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, is a means to implement the polluter pays principle, which is a fundamental pillar of the EU environmental legislation. And that's something that I kind of missed in your presentation, unfortunately. Having said this, the Court of Auditors concluded in 2021 that the polluter pays principle is not implemented kind of at all in the water sector. So having extended producer responsibility in the recast Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive is a milestone in the implementation of this fundamental pillar of the EU environmental legislation. So having said this, I would like to, looking into the challenges that the EPR has. Before coming here, I was thinking of talking about the challenges of the implementation of the EPR, but I think we may need to start from a bigger challenge, and is the fact we first need to make sure that it survives this moment that we're living in terms of political environment and tensions, and I'm going to explain why. I'm sure that you all know that the EPR and the recast Urban Wastewater Treatment Directives has 17 legal cases filed against it, 16 of them coming directly from pharmaceutical companies or their associations and the cosmetics association too. And one case comes from one member state, Poland. In addition to that, and I will build a little bit on what Oliver mentioned earlier this morning, you've heard that he said something about next week. I'm not sure how familiar you are all here about what is happening in Brussels. So next week, we can expect the so-called environmental omnibus regulation. What is this? This is going to be a regulation that will amend different bits of different environmental European legislation. The goal is supposedly, and I'm going to say why it's supposedly, the goal of this regulation is to simplify the administrative burden of the environmental legislation. But seeing what has happened before with the, so the first omnibus package that we had, which was on sustainability reporting, we see that it's not so much a simplification, but a deregulation. And we have heard several like rumors, let's call them rumors, yes, that different member states, different members from the European Parliament calling for including the EPR under the recast Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive in this environmental omnibus. We've heard different things, postponing it, diluting it, whatever. So, first, we need to make sure the first challenge and the main challenge that we are facing is having it in the directive in place. And if we don't have it in the directive through this process, then we hear about fairness of the EPR coming from the pharmaceutical and the cosmetic sector. And what they claim is that other sectors should be also contributing to this. So I'm not going to enter into the discussion and challenge what the Commission's impact assessment considered in 2022 that came with the Commission's proposal. But it's important to remind that the directive does have the option for member states to include other sectors also under the EPR. So it's not closed. There is not a delegated act that would allow to extend the sectors under Annex 3 in a harmonized way, and that would have been ideal, but it's not what we have. But we do have the possibility for member states to open the EPR to other sectors. So when coming into fairness, there is certain flexibility. What I would like to mention is how fair is it for each of us as water consumers, but also small businesses, small farmers, to have to bear the costs of quaternary treatment. Because let's not forget that the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, the recast Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, is not just about quaternary treatment. There is a lot of new other provisions that water consumers will have to bear. So, and not having the EPR, and it's not just not a fair issue, it's a clear violation of the polluter pays principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, for sharing this with us. It sounds like it might potentially have a huge impact on what we are basically discussing here. Following on that, Andrea, I'm asking you not as a regulator, but someone coming from a country where there is a big pharmaceutical and cosmetic industry. So what is the how does the discussion looks like in Italy?
Yeah, let's say in Italy there is a big district of pharmaceutical industries. And the transposition process has been started, and let's say in the delegation law, the Parliament position is that first of all must be assured the economic sustainability of medicines. So they want to assure in the implementation of the EPR that this policy, this measure will not have an impact on the cost of medicines and will not damage the affordability of these products. they hope for a technical coordination, so a table where utilities and big pharma can discuss, maybe also with the authorities and the potential PRO that could be engaged. And they set in this law that is just an address, then that should be then translated in a much more detailed act. They set the cap at 80%. So according to this law in Italy, we will not be able to achieve the goal of full cost recovery for the quaternary treatments, but the cap has been set at 80%. And then they require also for risk-based measures. So the quaternary model must be implemented according to a risk-based approach without one-size-fits-all measures. I don't want to bring the voice of the pharmaceutical sector, but it is important to know who is struggling against our position to better understand how to act and implement this measure. The big pharma employs approximately 70,000 of employees. We are talking about 56 billion of revenues, and it is interesting to know, maybe Ref have some figures about which could be the impact of the EPR measures within the total revenues of this industry. I remember in our internal presentation it's something 0.3%, so is not peanuts, but is not so big. One point that should be welcome to Ms. Manfredi. So we have also the possibility to have some suggestion. We are talking about the EPR. One point that I don't know what will happen with the environmental package you mentioned next week, but one point that should be addressed and maybe should be a suggestion that we can leave to the European Commission today is that there is no quaternary without the EPR, because for example, in Italy, we experience a tariff growth that is controlled, as Director Bardelli said, but there was a tariff growth during the last years to sustain the investments. We have a problem in Italy in terms of real salaries that for families remain at the level of the 90s years. So actually there will be an issue of affordability if the quaternary measures will be implemented without the EPR model. So I think it's not if we open the door for the removal of the EPR, I think we need also to rediscuss the quaternary model.
Thanks. We come back to the cost question in a minute, but let me bring in an individual company perspective. So let me ask you, Csaba, the CEO of the National Hungarian Waterworks company. So first, like everyone else, if you would like to have a short remark on the presentation, the statements, please feel free. And the second question is, as an individual water utility company, how do you prepare for the implementation, which seems to be partly in question?
Thank you. It's a big honor for me to take part in the discussion of the regulators. You know, we are sitting on the other side of the table as operators. Basically, we, especially I, used to be fed up if new legislation is coming, because that's generating new exercises, new costs, new budget tensions, whatever. But on the other side, maybe I will a little bit argue with Andrea, excuse me, we also might have to prepare for water recycling, practically speaking, the reuse of the water. I think so that everybody already faced with water security. And if we would like to solve the problem, we cannot forget the reused water solutions. And I think so that's a basic conditions. Somehow we have to make the basis of the reused water opportunities to treating these micropollutions. I have much more doubts with the third treating degree, as I used to call it, especially from reused water point of view, because nitrogen removal, sometimes it's bad for the farmers and so on. But back to your basic questions, how we are preparing ourselves. One hand, with running a very massive program and projects to preparing ourselves to measure the real content of the water with micropollutions. And that's a very important element. More or less we prepared, we will be able to start it from the beginning of January. So it's one issue. Other one, we monitoring the available treating technologies. What might be good for us? Measuring the raw water, measuring or monitoring the requirements. And last but not least, try to be prepare our treating facilities to prepare those sites, because this will need some further treating facilities, how and where can we construct this equipment. So that's really a big job. Unfortunately, we have a relatively big delay compared to the western side of Europe, in the eastern side of Europe. So we have some lack of improvement sometimes with former first and second treating degree issues. So we are also working on it. We are operating 550 sewage treatment plants, so you can imagine the task.
Let's see the figures now, which has been presented by Julia. We have seen yearly costs ranging from 1.2 billion to 2.2 billion euro. This seems to be quite a big range. So let me ask Gary. So first, on what depends the cost, technology, etc., size? And second, when these numbers can more or less stabilize? I'm hearing voices that even these figures might be understated. So just let's see what the picture is.
Thanks, Paul. I wish I had the answers to your questions, which I don't, but I can bring some ideas just to see where we are and what we are facing. I think, first of all, would like to ask Julia if we can, if you could share, where have you got those sources from, how you've calculated that, because we are seeing very different figures here and there. And it's quite difficult to really understand what is this, and I'm afraid that we may be giving all of us not the right message when it comes to the cost. Unfortunately, we are in a situation of real uncertainty when it comes to determining the cost of quaternary treatment. I think both Julia in her presentation and Andrea mentioned that before. The quaternary treatment has a double approach. You have the urban wastewater treatment plants above 150,000 PEs. All of them will have to implement quaternary treatment, that's clear. And 20% of them will have to have it by the end of 2033 and all of them by 2045. Then we have the second group, agglomerations of or above 10,000 PEs. And here is where we have the risk-based approach. So here is where we have the uncertain scenario. How many of those agglomerations will have plants that will need to implement quaternary treatment? Here we have two things. We probably will not be able to have until mid-July, in the best case scenario, the implementing act that will let us know how to carry out that risk assessment, on the one hand. On the other hand, we also have the fact that, sorry, I just need to double check the dates because I don't have all of them in my hand. That's on the one hand. But then what the directive mentioned is that member states need to have a list of those agglomerations that need quaternary treatment by 2030. Considering that we have only 3 years between the end of 2030 and end of 2033, where 10% of those agglomerations will need to implement quaternary treatment, we are in a quite tight and tough situation to make sure that we can get to comply with that. So it's difficult for us to estimate the costs. So the Commission, in their impact assessment, when looking into the cost for this risk-based approach plans, estimated as 70%, but that of course was with the figures in the proposal. We have different figures now, but in addition to all this, now we have new environmental quality standards also. That may have an impact on how many agglomerations will need to implement quaternary treatment. And not just above 10,000, but also under 10,000 PE because of the provisions in Article 18 on the risk assessment and management. So unfortunately, we're in a quite difficult situation to determine, so we can only get rough estimations. We can, of course, go for worst case scenario, all of them, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be the case in the end. So unfortunately, we're trying to work on this. I think I would also like to use the moment to launch a call. We would like to work together with the regulators here to try to figure out all this, because it's for the member states to develop by the end of 2028 the national implementation programs, where the figures for the implementation, the whole directive, need to be established. But I think it would be very useful if you as competent authorities and us as the operators could work together to try to figure out some of these estimations as soon as possible to allow for the implementation of the quaternary treatment, and hopefully the EPR will stay there, and we can also then work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pick up on that, and let me turn to Konstantinos. As we have seen that there are big numbers, talking about tens of billions of euros and with big incertitudes. And we are regulators, we are the guardians of the least cost principle. So what do you see and we don't have the market as a benchmark. What kind of regulatory tools do you see potentially that is apt to monitor the costs?
Well, it is true that the introduction of the EPRC give us the critical role to the regulators. That includes, concerning the role of the regulator, first of all, to establish the regulator framework. Secondly, to approve the wastewater cost recovery mechanisms. Also to ensure the transparency in the allocation of the EPR revenues, to ensure that the financial burdens is distributed fairly between the producers, the providers, and the consumers. Also an efficient cost control over future investments that can be assured by prior evaluation of investment plans, benchmarking of costs, and application of efficiency targets. Also, I would like to say that towards these goals, we must have, first of all, the KPIs, secondly, periodic audits, third, strict reporting and monitoring obligations, and fourth, pricing methodology set by the regulator and justified by CBA, cost-benefit analysis.
Thank you. Csaba, from the company, the technical perspective, do you see good practices or some pilot projects that are already there for the quaternary treatment that you can use, or you can start to think the dimensioning, the planning? I assume that different investment is necessary for a low plant than for a million PE type of plant. So how you see that?
Yes, we exactly do so. There is a program in Hungary, started not so far ago, that's Water to the Landscape. And we chose already 2 smaller. First, that was a really small sewage treatment. After that, this year, we are working on a middle-sized sewage treatment. Excuse me, the former one was also sewage treatment. But a very local, small lake is the receiver of the sewage treatment. And that's the reason why we are choosing technologies and implementing such technology to treating the sewage treatment, because there is a holiday area, important the water quality in the nature. So that's the reason why we choose some technology. Based on that, and watched your presentation some days ago, because we got it in advance, thank you for that. I'm a little bit afraid from that might be the OPEX side is a little bit undercalculated. So, but we will see it. That's the reason why that we launched these 2 pilot projects.
So I will open up the question for the audience in a minute. I see already there is question. So please, anyone can help with the microphone. Until the microphone arrives, I will ask a question to Gary, whether there is some countries or any projects that serves as a good practice, or could be could be studied.
You mean for quaternary treatment?
Yes.
Yes. So the quaternary treatment model in the directive is based on the Swiss example and on the Swiss experience. So that is, of course, already a good example. We also know that in Germany, if I recall properly, around 50 plans have implemented quaternary treatment. Maybe not necessarily, that I don't know, with the standards in the directive. We do know also that one of our members, our Flemish member, they are doing a real scale pilot in the wastewater treatment plant in Arstelar, and we were there just a month ago to visit it. And they are, I mean, it's a very successful case, and they are being able to comply with the removal requirements in the directive. So it is possible, of course, but it comes with, and they started doing this 8 years ago. So also something that needs to be considered when planning for quaternary treatment is the long time that is needed to implement this.
Thank you. Sounds like planning is a key aspect for this. So let me turn to the audience. So when you get the mic, please state your name and potentially who you are asking, who you are addressing the question.
So my name is Maria Salvetti. I'm the director of the Water and Waste Department at the Florence School of Regulation. And thank you very much for this very interesting panel. I had, of course, some questions. Well, first of all, I wanted to support what Gary was mentioning about the fact that we absolutely need the EPR scheme to happen for wastewater in order to be able to implement the quaternary treatment. Because if there is no EPR, then there is no quaternary treatment, that's quite sure. And then it means that there is a lot less, opportunities for reuse, because that was also a bit of the magic, of the directive. So I'm really supporting this, and also, keeping the EPR is also a way to pave the way for the future, because I'm sort of foreseeing some EPR needs for PFAS, in the future, maybe for pesticides as well, so we definitely need to keep the EPR. In terms of cost and figures, the first time that I tried to assess the cost of quaternary treatment implementation in my home country, which is France, despite my Italian name, well, I took the example of Switzerland. And I came up with a first estimate that was 400 million euros per year. Then we had the final text of the recast, and then I redid the calculation because, I thought, I have to update that. And I came up, for TOTEX, annualized TOTEX, for 1 billion euros just for France, per year. That's what it would cost. And for the second group of treatment plants that you mentioned, which is the tricky one, basically, the proxy that we used was to look at the chemical status of the water body where the treatment plant would discharge the treated effluents. And then, building on that proxy, then we would select which, let's say, small treatment plants, or between 10,000 and 150,000, would have to implement the quaternary treatment. So that was a way to approach, let's say, a cost that would be a bit more realistic. So it should be just 1 billion. It could be just 1 billion euro for France. Two very quick comments on your presentation with regard to the study of EPR scheme at the very beginning. Very interesting presentation. I was wondering if you had looked at or planning to look at the implementation of EPR, not strictly speaking through PRO, but through existing governance institutions that are already active in some countries. I'm thinking about the Environment Agency in Portugal, for instance, which has a great role, in water resource management in Portugal. So why, create a brand new institution if there's already one in place? That might save some costs. And I'm also thinking about water agencies in France, that could be doing the job, or Croatian Water that could be also doing the job. So using institutions that already exist. And I'll finish by that. In your study, are you looking at how money, what is the flow of money that should go to those PROs? Because there is the incoming money, being paid by the pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries, because I'm sure they will pay. And then there is the outcoming flow of money, which depends on the capacity of spending, and we get back to the planning issue, And that, let's say, pace of spending money is really key to know what should be the outcoming flow, but also looking at the incoming flow, because industries will say, well, I'm not going to make you a check if I'm not sure that the money is being spent sort of right away, because I'd rather keep my money 1, 2, 3 years more and then only give you money later on. So that's, the rhythm, let's say the pace of the spending is also key. Thank you. Sorry for being a bit long. Sorry.
Thank you. Julia, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks very much for these important suggestions. So we will keep it into account, and we are looking at the governance models which are in place across the countries. For instance, we've been looking especially at Italy, Hungary, Croatia, that we named also in our monopolistic governance model in the green part, the high transferability part of our slides. We also looked at France, especially for the eco-modulation criteria that they adopt, so which could be like a sort of best practice, and where the eco-modulation criteria is set by the producer responsibility organizations, but with an indication of the national authorities. Also, we've been looking at the dual system in Germany. We're making a comparison between state-led entities, industry-led models, hybrid models. For instance, a shared model of responsibilities as there is in Germany, and also at multi-PRO competitive models versus a more monopolistic model, as for instance we have like in Italy, a quasi-monopolistic model. Concerning also the financial flows of money, I think this is something important to see the flows that are might be going towards the producer responsibility organizations, but also those that are directed to the utilities. Shall they come more from the producer responsibility organizations, or rather a public fund model also is the one that we hypothesize, for instance. So we could also look at the specific examples, as you said, in Portugal, France, these are very important suggestions. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. Conscious of the time, a very last question, if somebody wants to ask. Okay, I don't see any. So just concluding the most important points for me. Of course, thank you very much for the presentation and for the great discussion. I think it's the incertitude around the implementation. So next week maybe we will know more, or if Ms. Manfredi can potentially give us some hints. The second point is the difference of the model is interesting. What we discussed, this is not a market-based, this is a centralized architecture. It's more like a financial type of mechanism, which is to be foreseen when it comes to the implementation. And the third is as there will be important investment. The planning is a key for is potentially a key regulatory tool. So the study will be ready by June next year, so stay tuned for that. Thank you very much, and I give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for panelists on panel 3. Just giving a few moments to change the setting. So I would like to welcome to the stage Vera Eiró, President of WAREG, and Aversar, the Portuguese water regulator, and Veronica Manfredi, the Director of Directorate C, Zero Pollution, Water Resilience and Green Urban Transition from DG Environment.
Well, I will give Ms. Manfredi the privilege of having the last word in our conference. And I took a lot of notes during the day. And let me just, as a starter, to give a big thank you for all the speakers, all the panelists that we had. And of course, I just want to give a big thank you to WAREG's team that prepared the whole logistics for this event. So Vittorio, Teresa, David, Pedro, Fiola, Mari, some of them are not here, and of course Marco Del Pero, Head of Secretariat, because we have more than 300 people online. More than 100 in presence, despite the fact that this sounds empty, but the room is really, 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 really big. So a big thank you for all your hard work for us to meet, because we are meeting on a very relevant topic. We are meeting about, the meeting is about water resilience. It's not about regulation. It's not about regulators. It's not about what we could do better. It's about what we need to do. So the first message that I took out is that without water resilience, life as we see it in 2030 is definitely at risk. So this is why we meet. This is why we discuss. This is why we share knowledge, because we need to do things so that we don't put our future at risk. And we want really to be future-proof This was something that was also said during our conference. And there is no one-fits-all solution, but we see that there are certain conditions that, in any case, need to be fulfilled to have success. So good governance is one of these conditions, and to be able to compare, to benchmark with truthfulness, with oranges being compared with oranges. This is something that needs to be done, and the regulators are preparing to do so. We also spoke about what image could we put in a 500 euro note if the aqueduct that we have in the 5 euro note should instead be in the 500 euro note. And I was thinking that instead of the 500 euro note, it should be put in the 1 euro coin. Because we are always speaking about large numbers, large investments, but if they are divided by everybody, actually, the numbers go very, 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 very low. We did that exercise for the waste topic and the implementation of the EPR, because we stopped speaking about the costs of recycling, and we started looking at what does this mean to the price of the product. And it was like 0.001%. So, and we looked at we went shopping as a regulatory entity. We went to the supermarket. We made like a package of products. We saw the price of the projects and what would it mean to the price of the projects to implement an EPR scheme as we did in implementing the decisions on the EPR scheme. And it was really, the amount is very low. So I would suggest that water and wastewater costs are considered as euro coins, because they need to be divided by everybody, by all sectors, by all polluters, and by, of course, the users. So this is an idea that I had. So multiple beneficiaries need to be identified and need to also contribute and pay for the service that they are receiving, so that the costs are lower for the users. We are not speaking about higher costs. We are trying to speak and to achieve affordability. And that is one main goal in what regards also consumer protection. Also one message that we got, and I think that this is really relevant for the national entities and for our countries, is where the European Investment Bank said that they could crowd in other investors when there is regulation, and that it is important to have portfolios. So it is important to have aggregation and to have public-public partnerships between municipalities and national states, because otherwise small utilities are just being left out. And for smaller countries, this is key. And for bigger countries with small utilities, this is also key. So this is something that was referred. Of course, it's not easy to do difficult tasks and to produce results, to protect the consumer, to protect the environment, to have resilience. It's not a walk in the park. It's not. We go to the beach, and it's very easy to go to the beach, but it's not easy to safeguard the beach so that we can dive in it. And so the difficulty exists. EPR schemes are essential, but we would be lying if we would say that this is easy to implement. It's not easy to implement. And that is why, being it so relevant and necessary, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. So we need to rise to the challenge and to prepare, and that is what we are doing as regulators. So the EPR study, we are also studying on implementation costs for the Urban Wastewater Directive. So we have spoken with the utilities and are speaking with the utilities to see, it's not to see that it's impossible, but to see how much does this cost so that it gets done. We want to implement the strategy. So we need to know how to do it, and we are preparing to do so. So this is about a bit of a story that went on here in the morning. I think that this is just the beginning, so many thanks for all your participation, for all your presence here and online. WAREG as an association is very, very much available to be part of the strategy and to help the European Commission and our countries to implement this strategy, not just because it's the European strategy, but because it's necessary to protect the consumers, to protect the utilities, and to protect our future. So this is why we're here, and I think that this is why we will be here also in 2 years' time, in the next IFRU. So many, many thanks, and I will leave the privilege of the last word to you, Veronica. Many thanks for coming here. It's also an honor to us to receive you. Thank you very much.
Dear President, dear Vera, actually the honor is all mine, and I must say it's not the first time that I attend one of the WAREG forums, and may I tell you, they've always been extremely timely. This is something that has characterized their existence throughout. And this one this year is maybe particularly timely because, as you may know, we are, on the one hand, in the aftermath of an announcement that not many people expected, let's face it, yesterday in the context of the Resource EU communication about the fact that the College has decided to open at some stage the Water Framework Directive, after we will have provided guidance in particular on how to reconcile the need for more mining activities across European territory in the strong drive that we have to reduce our dependencies on strategic raw materials. And I was listening to the previous panel from which I draw also some level of, the uncertainties that we continue to face, the difficulties around implementation. I'm not surprised. It's true that the water picture has been evolving a lot over the last years. And we are in a phase where, at the same time, the message that the current Commission wants to launch is a message of we want to work together with you to make both the implementation and there where needed the simplification of the regulatory framework easier for everyone. The messages I want to share with you are linked very much to the topic of your 3 panels. I was not here in person, but I have colleagues who have been following throughout the day. And I was very pleased to understand that from panel 1, we essentially got the message that it's extremely important to have very clear financing structures and regulatory frameworks that reward future-proof solutions and avoid locking us into outdated infrastructure. I understand there is good support for nature-based solutions and also for scaling up water reuse. These are practical, cost-effective ways of strengthening resilience while delivering clear environmental benefits. The reason why you see so much moving around the water resilience file is that we are in a situation where business as usual is simply no longer possible. With over 30% of European territory impacted by water stress, and the clarity about the fact that we will have a gap between increasing demand, partially driven also by the digital transition that we are embracing at full speed, really, it's important to indeed put all our efforts into better planning clarity. And this partly provide the solution to the uncertainties, but also continue to put a lot of burden on us. I heard the call for the Commission to go as swiftly as possible ahead, also on all the implementing and delegated acts, for example, that need to accompany the sound implementation of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. In panel 2, as I understand, you have been particularly highlighting something that sits at the core of both the water resilience strategy and the zero pollution agenda, namely the need for more coherent information. Without comparable performance data and transparent risk indicators, none of us the regulators, the operators, the member states, and the Commission can actually take the preventive action that is needed to tackle not just climate change, but generally, as we say, water demands. So here, I must say, I really welcome very much the work that WAREG has been carrying out on key performance indicators, because we look at them as the kind of governance tool that can help us. In panel 3, as I heard, partly myself, we have been talking a lot about the extended producer responsibility scheme and all the difficulties and the uncertainty surrounding it. I don't have the crystal ball, but what I can tell you is that I'm very confident that in the space of 1, maximum 2 weeks, you will get enhanced clarity. Legally speaking, we are in a situation where a member state has attacked both the Council and the Parliament, and the Commission is intervening as an amicus curiae in this legal situation. Of course, there is a political judgment pending on whether at all the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive should be touched. As you can imagine, we continue to believe that it would not be the right decision. So in that respect, we align very much with the calls that are made to say, let's preserve this scheme. As you know, we are working very, very hard to secure its sound implementation, and we will also very soon publish the study on updating all the costs linked to the concrete implementation of the scheme in the changed environment in which we are. Look at inflation, look at further data we have been able to gather on the concrete cost of quaternary treatment. So we believe that all these elements will be able to shed more light and continue to drive our efforts into concrete implementation. Before Christmas, we are indeed expecting also the adoption of the environmental omnibus, as well as a very important proposal aimed at streamlining, accelerating environmental permitting. Again, the name of the game is not about reducing the level of protection of our public health and environmental standards, but making things simpler, also by securing a better collection of data. I personally do see a future where also, as I said at the beginning, with the announced revision of the Water Framework Directive, there will be a very important space for the European Commission to continue having a very structural dialogue also with the water regulators of the European Union, knowing that the key thing, one of the key things that we have not been good at getting right in implementing the Water Framework Directive has precisely been the issue of the right price of water. And here, Vera, I think that your image about the little coin is a very, very important one, because not only when we really split the cost across all actors of society that have to chip in into the water challenge, the prices go very much down. And as you know, these are also our specific estimates on potential increases or even of the price of pharmaceuticals if we were to implement a DPR scheme. But on top, we are never calculating enough the benefits that we get out of the small coin, which are enormous, and so enormous that they are really difficult to quantify. We know now for a fact how much water quality and quantity are hands to hands. So if you are serious about continuing to drive our competitiveness model towards clean and circular by design, and this is what we've been repeating again, also in ResourceEU, also in the bioeconomy strategy, I don't see how clean water and cooperation with you will not be a very strong part of the equation. So thank you for having me. Let's continue to stay united, confident, looking at the positive more than at the negative. Times are hard, but it's when times are hard that you need to secure really, first of all, that you build resilience in the system in which you operate, and count on us to continue to be resiliently next to you. Thank you so much.
This ends our conference for the morning, but we have a light lunch expecting all the participants and everybody that would like to join us. And in the afternoon, we are going to have the conferences and the roundtables for Water Run presentation of the research findings of the policy brief, policy and regulatory framework analysis of urban water runoff by Maria Salvetti. So I hope that you can all join us for lunch and then stay with us in the afternoon for this additional part of the conference that we are organizing. Thank you very much and many thanks again.
da
Okay. So, I hope that everybody had a good lunch break. So I'll have the pleasure, actually, to tell you a bit more about a project, EU-funded project that's called Water Run. And that's a project that WAREG is being a part of. I'm just waiting for the presentation. Thank you so much. And so my name is Maria Salvetti. I'm the director of the Water and Waste Department at the Florence School of Regulation, and I happen to support WAREG into their implication in the Water Run project. So, EU-funded project, I've just mentioned that, to develop an innovative methodology to implement urban water runoff management plans and solutions that are based on water-sensitive urban design. For this project, there are 3 case studies. One in Denmark, in Aarhus, another one in Spain, Santiago de Compostela, and the third one is in Jordan with the city of Amman. Really, the idea of the project is to have a global approach. So, from the identification of the source of the urban water runoff to the decision-making process, with early involvement of stakeholders, and throughout the project, there are some workshops of co-creation with the local stakeholders in each of the 3 case studies. So really a comprehensive and global approach. And within this project, so WAREG is producing a regulatory and policy brief, and I will take you through the different items that are covered by this policy brief, which is presently almost finished, and it will be submitted as a deliverable of the project by end of January 2026. So first of all, a bit of definition. What are we talking about when we're talking about urban water runoff? So we're talking about precipitation flowing over urban surfaces rather than infiltrating, and obviously into urban areas with pervious soils or compacted soil. It creates some problems. So those precipitation, those flows are generated by roofs. Can I see? Thank you. Are generated by roofs, pavement, roads, compacted soil, and also atmospheric deposition. I've put on the slide, just for recollection, the definition that is being given by the recast of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive with regard to urban runoff, so that you can see that we're quite aligned, obviously, with the definition. So now that we know a bit more what we're talking about, let's just have a look at why does it matter, actually. You know, why is it important? Well, it's important to care about those and to manage, actually, those urban water runoff. Because, no, I'm just stopping because I don't see anything on the screen anymore, so then I would have to turn back. Why do we have to care about those water runoff? Well, first of all, because they can create flooding through flash floods, and then cause property and infrastructure damages that might be pretty costly. And they can also disrupt public services, including water and wastewater services, but not, of course, limited to those water and wastewater services. Those urban water runoff also create pollution because they carry urban diffuse pollutants directly to the water bodies. And, you know, talking about pollutants, I'm talking about nutrients, heavy metals, pathogen, microplastic, and more than that. And of course, this is harmful for the environment and for public health. And those runoff are, of course, exacerbated by 2 megatrends at least, which are the megatrends of urbanization. Of course, the more urbanized areas, the more urban water runoff, and also by climate change, which is exacerbating some extreme events, such as flash floods, for instance. But also, we'll see later on heat waves that are also part of the whole story. In this policy brief, we're going to be mentioning the governance, actually, of urban water runoff management, because it is a very fragmented governance. As in many countries, of course, it's being managed locally, which makes sense, by municipalities, by inter-municipal entities, sometimes by metropolitan authorities, by water authorities, and so on, but nevertheless being managed at local level. But besides this management at local level, there needs to be some coordination with other stakeholders, national stakeholders, regional stakeholders. So there is a multi-level governance framework that requires coordination. A few words about the funding mechanisms, to fund those urban water runoff solutions that I'll be detailing a bit more later on. The funding mechanisms, well, most of the time we're talking about local taxes, sometimes levies. In some cities, some stormwater fees or taxes are being collected. Sometimes the funding mechanism is through a property tax, so really attached to the property. And sometimes developers and contractors are being asked for a fee whenever they build accommodations and houses. And one of the issues, on top of the fragmentation that I've just mentioned, is that those funding mechanisms, well, the money that is collected is not always earmarked to fund urban water runoff solutions and management. Sometimes the money that is being collected goes into the general budget of the municipality. And then, obviously, the money can be spent on other things, other investments, depending on the priorities of the municipality. So that's quite an important point to bear in mind. In the policy brief, we also, of course, recall all the relevant EU legislation and policy which are mentioning urban water runoff. So, of course, the Water Framework Directive, which requires to identify and address urban diffuse pollution to reach good ecological status in the different water bodies. There is the Zero Pollution Action Plan that is emphasizing the need, to go up the pollution hierarchy that you can see on the slide. Of course, the big piece is the recast of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive with integrated urban wastewater management plan that should include solutions to manage and prevent discharges from stormwater overflows and urban water runoff if you are above a certain percentage during dry weather. There is also in the recast the prioritization of blue-green infrastructure, of nature-based solution, and some important monitoring obligations. And last but not least, we also touch upon the water resilience strategy, where water retention is mentioned through ecosystem-based approaches and the development of sponge cities. Sponge cities that I will just mention now to say a few words about this concept of a sponge city, which uses natural landscapes to catch, store and clean water through hydroecological and green infrastructure. And you can see a couple of those structures on the slide, with two pictures taken from the city of Aarhus, which is one of the case study of the Water Run project. So those green infrastructure, they are parks, green roofs, permeable pavements, and they aim to manage stormwater, to absorb the runoff, so sort of mitigating the flooding risks, and also to store the water to sort of address the issue of water scarcity. So there is both aspects that are being addressed. Also to address the urban heat islands, so the heat waves in urban areas that I was mentioning a bit earlier, and to enhance biodiversity and resilience. Now, as you have seen on the picture, and you know, as I have mentioned since the beginning of the presentation, we need to do a shift from, strictly speaking, grey solutions to manage urban water runoff to grey, blue, green solutions. Because the idea is in the future to have more hybrid solutions to manage urban water runoff. Why those hybrid solutions? Well, because they are most of the time a lot less space intensive, as you may have seen on the picture. They are a lot less costly. Grey compared to a blue-green solution, grey is a lot more costly, and you know, we've been talking about financing this morning, and you know, renewal of assets, of grey assets. So we know what we're talking about when we're talking about costly elements. And the combination of grey, blue, green allows to develop decentralized solutions that are more efficient, more cost-effective, and that improve, as I was mentioning earlier, the retention and the reduction of pollution. And I've just put for recollection an example, a costing example that was done in Denmark, in Copenhagen, through the cloudburst management plan that was decided between the utility, HOFOR, and the city of Copenhagen. So once again, a bit of fragmentation, even at local level, so a need for coordination there between the two, let's say, entities. And Copenhagen faced very heavy floods in 2011, but also in the following years. And here they have just costed the damages of the flood of 2011, just 1 year, but there were at least three floods in a row. And it was half the price of what the urban water runoff management plan is costing to deal with all the problems of flooding that have appeared since 2013, let's say, or 2015. So just to show how cost-effective is this solution, I've put for recollection legal framework because I was mentioning fragmentation of governance, and actually the governance is fragmented, but there is also sometimes some barriers, some legal barriers to the cooperation and the financing mechanism of those urban water runoff solutions. And so the city of Copenhagen and HOFOR had to ask the government of Denmark back in 2015 or 2013, if I'm not mistaken, to change the law to allow them to share the cost of this cloudburst management plan, because HOFOR, the utility, wanted to pay for most of it, if not for all of it, but this was not allowed by the legislation at the time. Still talking about those grey, blue, green solutions, I've already mentioned a bit some potential barriers, so the governance fragmentation, also, as I've just mentioned, sometimes the legal framework, which is acting as a barrier. Sometimes there can be social cultural resistance, because obviously if you have green spaces that can be flooded, you know, the city can get muddy and can get dirty, and so there is also a relationship with this symbolic that needs to be managed depending on the culture of the countries and the cities. Sometimes limited knowledge, technical constraints, and funding challenges that I've already mentioned. But what we see through the project, through the Water Run project, is that among the enablers, there is the stakeholder engagement and the leadership. When you have a city that is teaming up with the utility, when you have local stakeholders that are teaming up together to lead the project, but also to own the project, and I'd say it's between leadership and ownership, then solutions can emerge quite rapidly, and also with the support of an effective communication. And once again, I've put a picture of the Water Run co-creation meetings, you know, that we have had during the entire life of the Water Run project, and that were key moments, not only to discuss about urban water runoff solutions, but to decide on the architecture of the solution itself. You know, what is best suited for this area, for my city, for my citizens, and also how we're going to fund it. So that was really a very interesting moments. I'm mindful of the time, so I'll move on right away to the policy and regulatory tools, you know, because at the end of the day, what we want is to upscale those gray, blue, green solutions and to boost their uptake. So, I mean, in this table, which is on a few slides, I'll go through it very quickly, but the idea is just to show all the existing regulatory and policy tools that can be implemented and that have been implemented. So I've focused mainly on EU cities, but as you will see, I've gone a bit further than just the, strictly speaking, the EU frontiers and borderlines. So, as I told you in introduction, there can be some stormwater fees that are being implemented by cities. That's the case in Berlin. There can be some green infrastructure mandates and standards, meaning that there are some requirements that are embedded into construction costs to include green infrastructure in new developments or major renovation. This happens in Copenhagen and Paris. There can be some storm retention standards with performance-based regulation, where developments are required to retain a specific rainfall amount on site. So there is a bit of flexibility to choose the solution, because the idea is just to fulfill a requirement in terms of amount of rainfall. So this is done in Rotterdam. There is also some development impact fees, you know, where fees are charged to developers. I have already mentioned that, for the additional runoff that they create and the burden which is associated with this additional runoff. That's the case in London. Some tax incentive rebates and grants, you know, that are mostly offered by local governments through financial support for a green infrastructure installation. That's the case in Toronto, so going a bit outside of the EU. Zoning and land use planning for sponge city design, with the creation of multifunctional blue-green corridors into the urban zoning codes, like in Rotterdam. And I'll finish with that slide. Insurance and risk-based instruments. So using instruments pricing and risk-sharing mechanism to reward the properties that reduce the runoff that could trigger flood risk. So here, this is being done in Copenhagen, in Zurich. Digital regulation and real-time control, where policies require or reward smart sensors use to prevent flooding, for instance. That's the case in Barcelona. Urban resilience bonds and green municipal bonds, which are instruments that are earmarked for large-scale green infrastructure or stormwater systems, as it is done in Gothenburg. So I'll stop here and just to tell you once again that the policy brief as a deliverable will be finished and finalized and submitted by the 31st of January 2026, and therefore will thereafter be available as a deliverable of the project. Thank you very much for your attention.
If we don't have any questions from the room for Ms. Salvetti, thank you again for your presentation. Then I would like to invite all the participants for a very brief coffee break before the start, so that we can start on time for the next panel on water governance. So we give from now 10 minutes, and thanks again, so we can prepare for the next panel. So 10 minutes from now, coffee break. Thank you. Please, we restart. Thank you. So we can restart with another session of the European Forum. Actually, I would like to call on the stage the moderator of this session, James Letten from SIWI. Let's talk, please.
Thank you. I have a mic there. Is it better, this one? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome, like this, in this last session. You are here on site and also you online. Welcome. My name is James Letten from SIWI, the Stockholm International Water Institute, and together with Julie Magnier from OEO, and also with Suvi Soijamo from the Finnish Environment Institute and Maria Vracchioli from the Technical University of Munich. We have the honor to facilitate and present the present session on innovative governance for water resilience with a focus on economic aspects. Julie, Suvi and Maria are coordinating 3 Horizon Europe projects, respectively In Water, Retouch Nexus and GovAqua. And so together, these projects are drafting a policy brief on that specific topic. And this is what we are going to discuss on site and online. And I invite all online users to post their questions in the online Q&A chat. I hear it's on YouTube, so there is this potential opportunity to put some questions there. They will be voiced by Julie here in Brussels. And so also here on site, dear public, be prepared because I will give you the opportunity to ask your questions to the panelists. So welcome for that. But so let us now start. And to introduce this session, let me first invite Professor Vera Eiro, President of WAREC. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, partners and guests, fellow regulators, consumers, water consumers, which are we all. It is an honor to open today's roundtable that is dedicated to innovative governance for water resilience, with a particular focus on something that we hold very dear as economic regulators, economic approaches. Allow me first to extend my appreciation to the In Water, GovAqua and Retouch Nexus Horizon Europe projects for their important contributions to strengthening Europe's water governance. Europe faces water-related pressures. I'm not sure if this is unprecedented because we need to consider a scale of years. So I don't know if a million years ago there was also a crisis like we are facing now. But we have water-related pressures: too much water or too less water. And sometimes too much and too less at the same time. Which of course is a challenge for many European countries, if not all. But in particular, I can say that in Portugal, this is a challenge: scarcity and floods. So the frequency and severity of droughts, floods, and pollution incidents are increasing, and the economic, environmental, and social consequences are considerable. So climate change, floods, scarcity is no longer an emerging threat. And when we speak about climate change, we are always speaking about water topic, water crisis. Water crisis is completely connected with the climate change. And so it is a determining factor in our daily work as policymakers, regulators, practitioners, human beings, of course. And against this backdrop, the EU Water Resilience Strategy represents a pivotal step. It elevates water to a strategic priority and articulates, as we have seen this morning, three main objectives that must guide our collective action. But each one of us has its own role. So we play our role, and as a puzzle, we want to have a purpose and a result by restoring and protecting the European water cycle, by building a water-smart and resource-efficient economy, and by securing clean, affordable water for all the citizens. So achieving these objectives requires not only regulatory stability, but innovation in governance and the adoption of robust economic tools. And this is the core message aligned with today's session and with the analytical work that underpins it. So first of all, innovative governance, our foundation for resilience. From the regulatory perspective, we know that governance sets the rules of the game. But it's not the game, it's just the rules of the game. Utilities and operational, they are playing the game. We are just setting up the rules of the game. But today, rules alone are not enough. We need adaptive, multi-level governance systems capable of addressing complexity, uncertainty, and interdependence. Our states are organized in an administrative way. Our boundaries within our states are administrative. But water does not know administrative boundaries, and therefore this policy brief reminds us that water governance must be grounded in the reality of the hydrological cycle, not in administrative silos. At the subnational level, planning must reflect economic geography, hydrological boundaries, and cross-sectoral interactions. Water does not stop if you have an administrative regulation saying that it should stop. Water does not come if you have a legislation saying that it should come. At the basin scale, we must integrate water, energy, food, and ecosystems, the WIF nexus, because no single sector can secure resilience alone. Crucially, innovative governance is not only a matter of institutions, it is a matter of collective intelligence. Citizens, utilities, regulators, researchers, farmers, industries, multi-level, multi-individuals, all of them hold knowledge and interests that must be understood and aligned like a puzzle. This is also where WAREG and other regulatory networks play a unique role. Regulators bridge policy and implementation. We translate political ambitions into enforceable rules, stable incentives, and transparent monitoring frameworks. It's not always perfect, but at least we try really hard. We help ensure fairness, protect affordability, and maintain trust, elements that are fundamental when introducing new economic approaches. We have to be equally innovative with our economic instruments. Pricing, subsidies, trading schemes, insurance, EPR, these are not abstract concepts. They are powerful levers that influence behavior, direct investment, and help protect people and the environment. And sometimes they are very difficult to implement, and that is why we need to be prepared to do so. Pricing needs to be fair and understood. Subsidies need to be well targeted. Water markets need strong oversight, and risk management tools need to be accessible to those who need the most. And that is also why there is a specific role of data and modeling. We know that better decisions, when we need to choose, come from better information. Integrated models, especially those that combine water, energy, food, and ecosystems, help us understand trade-offs and make smart choices. We need to choose. And if we need to choose very smartly and with information. So the challenges before us are very significant, but so is our current capacity to address them. Europe has the knowledge, the tools, and the talent. What we need is alignment between governance, regulation, economics, and science. And I am confident that today's discussion, this morning and this afternoon, will help us move further in that direction. And I'm very, very grateful to all of you for your expertise, your commitment, and your presence here. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you so much for those words. Working together better, again, across sector, across administration. That is what we have to do, and that this is also the difficulty. So let me invite Bertrand to join on stage for his introduction of this session. So Bertrand is a policy officer at DG RTD.
Yes, thank you very much. So I will be brief in my introduction. I don't want to spend too much time to the discussion. Thank you very much for the invitation. We funded this project, the 3 projects with DG RTD, because at the beginning, when we look at the Water Framework Directive and we see the 2027 deadlines arriving, there was this need to find new ways of implementing the directive and to make sure that we reach the objectives. Like, there are issues with the implementations. We really trust these directives to be the right tool to achieve the objective of the environment for preserving the resource. And when I remember when I started the speech, when we created the cluster, or that the 3 projects meet together to do the cluster, I put lots of pressure on this is the core business if we want to solve this achievement. Water is a shared resource, as Vera reminded. We have a framework that we have to work with, and we need to address each issues collectively with a big picture. And one of the reasons is that the ecosystems don't have a word to say. So we're taking decision, we take for granted that we have the right to use the water, but there is also an environment that needs to survive, and this environment needs to survive because we are part of this environment, and we also need to survive in it, and without water, this will be difficult. And we saw all this, that with climate change, these elements are more and more challenging. So this is also why we published, as the European Commission in June, the European Water Resilience Strategy, where we had identified governance as an enabler for the implementation to create a Europe that is water resilient. And there is also a wording dedicated to pricing. So water pricing policies based on actual use, environmental impact, and capacity to pay are essential to ensure access to water while creating the right incentives for consumers and other users. This is where we can drive the discussion with pricing. There is one report of the UN, it's starting to be old, but it was 2016, where they identify that 75% of the jobs are related are moderately or highly dependent on water resources. This is 3/4 of the population that is exposed to this. When we look at what we pay for water, it amounts to $7.5 billion according to WWF. That is paid for water and for water ecosystem services. However, when we look at the rewards that these services and water are providing, we amount to $58 billion. So I think there is a margin here that we can play in order to preserve the access to water. We need to invest in water. We need to invest in water services. We need to invest in ecosystem services. Because if we are not doing this, this is these economic activities that are at stake, and our environment and just our way of living. So it's this debate and this discussion is very much timely. It comes at a right moment. I think also Veronica Manfredi mentioned it this morning. we really need to address the right price to the water that we use. We need to find innovative way in order to preserve this resource, because this is the only avenue to be able to reach competitiveness and sustainability. And I hope that the discussion that we will have today will give us a path to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bertrand. Bertrand, can I offer you a wild card and stay on the stage? And with this wild card, you can, whenever you desire so, ask question, intervene, and thank you. So let me now invite Maria Vracchioli, the coordinator of Retouch Nexus, to sketch the key messages from our 3 Horizon projects.
Thank you, James. Hello, everyone. So I'm here on this stage.
You might want this one.
Yes, great. Thank you. I'm here on this stage representing the 3 projects in our cluster, Retouch Nexus, for which I'm the coordinator, Govagua. We have Suvi, the coordinator, in the audience as well. And in water, we have Julie here in the audience. I am just a voice for all the 3 of us. We have been working together 3 years now. So a little bit of words about our projects. All of us have been financed under the same call. So this is why we call the sister projects. And our main objective was pretty much water governance, economic and financial stability of water systems. And this is what we want to share with you today, the work that we have been doing in the last years or so, couple of years. As you can see here, all the 3 projects have received in total 9 million euros. We have almost around 40 partners throughout Europe with lots of living labs and lots of demonstration sites. So all the information that you will see here today, pretty much we try to implement it throughout the whole Europe. The more specific topic for today is how can we leverage economics for water resilience, and our proposal here has to do with economic instruments and governance innovation. And it has been quite interesting because most of the water projects focusing on innovations. There are not so many projects on water governance. And this has been the first attempt, as Bertrand mentioned, that we try to pull some ideas here together, not focusing on very high TRLs or like technologies to treat wastewater. Yes, they are important, but also we need to see more information behind that. So, as Vera mentioned before, the 3 pillars of the EU water resilience, pretty much we have 3 goals: restore and protect. We want to have a water smart economy, and we want to have clean water for all. What is our asterisk here? Let's don't think only on water quantity. Water quality is equally important. And when we are talking about economic instruments, water quality needs to be quantified there as well. So for that purpose, in the 3 projects, we have 3 pillars of implementation when it comes to water governance. We have what we call innovative governance. So we try to ensure that we have a strong regulation, we have measures that are transparent, we have also equity among the users of the water, and also, as was mentioned by Vera as well, UEFA Nexus, cross-sector collaboration, water, energy, food, and ecosystems. These are very important to be considered together, not in silos. Then we go over to the economic instruments, and there, the tools we have are so many. Most of our discussions go around pricing, which is one of the most effective tools, but this is not only what we have. And as you will see in my next slide, we have 6 proposals to make from our side as 3 projects. Among them, you will see pricing, public-private partnerships, and so on. And last but not least, economic modeling, or, if I can say it better, socio-economic modeling. Because economics, yes, but society is part of this process and needs to be accounted in these modeling attempts. And the last slide from our side and from the three projects, this is what we are proposing as our economic instruments that can work for an innovative water governance. Pricing instruments, yes, but we need to use them as a way of signaling the importance of water quantity and quality, and also to incentivize water use efficiency, which we see in some sectors is not in the highest possible level. Subsidies and payments. This has been a discussion lately with some colleagues of mine. What should be the level to whom the subsidies should be addressed? And this is the critical point when we need also the help of the water regulators to help us direct the payments to the right direction. Trading schemes. We haven't talked a lot about trading schemes, but water banks, permits can help immensely in the work that we are doing. Public-private partnerships and agreements, these are very important when it comes to infrastructure and when it comes to very risky infrastructure. And last but not least, risk management, because climate change is here. We are facing risks. Different sectors face risks in a different way, so this is why insurances should be addressing each sector in a different way. And for example, agricultural sector, there is not so much on risk insurance there, despite the fact that agricultural sector uses almost 70% of fresh water in Europe. I mean, I'm not going to talk about other countries, but in Europe, it's immense. So this is our propositions. Of course, I'm here just to take a few minutes because most important is to hear from our panelists today. So the floor back to you, James, and thank you.
Thank you very much. You stay with us, of course. Thanks. Bertrand, anything to add at this point? No? Okay, thank you. Well, it's now time to engage in the panel discussion. So therefore, I would like to invite Mrs. Verena Heun to join us here on stage, also Mrs. Delphine Dupeux and Mr. Marco Del Pero. Welcome on the stage. Verena, you are project manager at Steinbest Europa Centrum and coordinator of the EcoDelhi Danube Lighthouse project. You are responsible for fostering collaboration between research institutions, industry, and policymakers. You agree with this presentation? Yes. Thank you. Delphine, you are Director of EU Affairs at the European Landowners Organization, ELLO. You are an expert member at the European Commission working groups on environmental regulation. You also coordinate the European Parliament Intergroup Biodiversity Hunting Countryside. Yes. And you ensure that the voices of land managers, landowners, foresters, and farmers are heard in policy making. Marco, also welcome here. You are WAREC's Heads of Secretariat. In ARERA, you have two hats for the moment. You serve as Director of the Directorate Investment and Environmental Sustainability, and also at interim as Director of the Directorate for Organizational Structure and Governance. Also correct? Perfect. Welcome, the three of you, on stage. And well, as a first question, let me start maybe with you, Verena. At subnational level, a cross-sectoral water, energy, food ecosystem planning is needed, which requires collaboration among citizens, politicians and researchers, as well as other stakeholders. And you are responsible to have those stakeholders collaborate. So from your experience, from the Danube Lighthouse project, why is this local level collaboration among all stakeholder groups important to enable sustainable economy, and what are for you the hurdles that you experience in that exercise?
Thank you. So thank you for the question. So coming from Danube Lighthouse, we have like one of the most international rivers in the world. And it's of course important to have the broader picture and go on national and also cross-border level. But it is also important, especially if we talk about sustainability and transforming our economy and our society towards more sustainable solutions, to go on the regional levels and also to go on the local levels, because those are the people that are affected, and they need to be informed and need to know their role in all of this, to know what it's benefiting them, and also what they can do and how it will affect them. And also, without knowing why some policies are introduced, they might not really accept or understand them, and there could be some backlash also, because there is not the knowledge why some things are made this way, or what is the idea behind that. So it's important to have not only one sector, but to really have citizens, businesses, and researchers on one table, because they can also shape how their region, or what is needed to be transformed in their region, because of all their different experiences. Researchers have like the statistical knowledge, but also citizens do have some knowledge that is not gained by just doing research, but living there, but experiencing things over years. And especially in climate change, they can provide some knowledge that can't be gathered otherwise. So it's really important to get all the people on board, and also to make this discussion open, and don't play a blame game, because we need the industries also be part of the discussion, because they will be affected by the change and they will have to carry it, and they will need a way to implement new solutions that will be sustainable, because some sectors are really, like the agricultural sectors, will really need to change in some ways to not pollute waters as much, or like the also other industries. So it's really a need to talk to people and get them on board on what we need to do, because societal change for sustainability doesn't come only from policies, but also from the people and the industry living this change with us, and therefore they need to accept it and understand why we do it.
And is it difficult to access that local knowledge, that local intelligence, and to integrate that in the process?
Yeah, of course, that's always difficult, because there are always some people that are interested in the topic and willing to share and invest their time, but most of the general public might not be interested, and it's hard really to reach them, because you can write to secretaries of businesses or policymakers, but you can't reach the citizens like that. You need to have use the channels you are available, and if people don't use these channels, you can't reach them, and they can't share the knowledge because they are not aware of it.
So a lot of awareness raising needed there. Other panelists wants to react on that, on improving collaboration across sector, across disciplines?
I might say a few words, if
yes,
you
of course,
allow me. Yes, indeed, this is really a major aspect for us. I don't know if you're familiar with what is a European Landowner Organization. We are representing 60 organizations of landowners everywhere in Europe. And when we mean landowners, it means also forest owners in some country, farmers in some country. Some will do both, some do also land conservation, mostly biodiversity conservation. So we represent a variety of uses that are touching upon this landscape as approach and ecosystem approach that I hear was mentioned several times to my pleasure. And I think, indeed, when we mention collaboration, it's something that we really would encourage. It's something that it's a lot said, but not easy to do. And indeed, first of all, a good participation in the decision-making process, and here I'm touching upon the governance aspect. Indeed, we deeply need of innovative ways of functioning. You know, maybe the old ways needs to be a bit improved, and there I think we need all players to gather together as much as possible. And you know, speaking indeed about, and we should not be hiding this fact that it's about trade-off. Okay, you know, it's not always about, you know, we're going to collaborate and everyone's going to be happy. There are trade-offs in these issues, especially on the type of uses like, such as agriculture. And I think it's very important that you have platform of collaboration that bring trust. Because without trust, you don't bring the people into the stories. So I think these 3 projects are really indeed very interesting. I always value the fact that, you know, Horizon projects are gathering together, because what I find sometimes very problematic is that you have a lot of projects, very interesting, but working in silos on the same thematic. And that's, I think it's very relevant that you join together to do this. So this I do value. But yeah, it was just to reflect upon the collaboration. I think it's totally important, and the governance, the innovation part, is very relevant into that topic.
Okay, thank you for this. Let me stay with you, Delphine. Incentives are essential to drive resilient and sustainable water management. And here, nature is our ally in this exercise, in building our water resilience. The difficulty is that nature-based solutions at scale must gather and unite a multitude of different types of landowners that should be triggered and incentivized. So what type of support, can it be financial, technical or policy related, would best help landowners prepare for emerging challenges regarding ecosystems and then especially water resilience?
Yeah, I mean, it was mentioned at the beginning, the 2 introductions were very interesting and enlightened, and we heard that you are already working on several types of economic instruments. I think they are the relevant ones, and I would say something that is quite obvious too. We need a multitude of those tools, like what land managers need when it's happening on the ground. It's a toolbox, what we call a toolbox, because let's be, yes, also very obvious. One situation is not similar to another in the EU. We need to have a local-based approach when it comes to this question of water management. And when I say water management, for me, it's really landscape management, because we need to have a landscape approach on this aspect. It's everything together. Nature works together, and this ecosystem approach is sometimes missing into the policy making. This is what we regret sometimes. I do think that type of project can feed into the policy, and that's very, very good. But sometimes, you know, policy is not having the same time frame that the Horizon project, and then you have strategies that are built before or in between or after, and maybe it's a bit sometimes a pity that it's not, you know, coming in the same direction, and then we have the result, and then we're building from that. But to come back on your issue, indeed, nature-based solutions is very important to promote, I think. And in terms of incentive, what we do value a lot, it's the payment, the famous payment for ecosystem services. That, I mean, it's a concept that's existing at least for as long as I'm working at EU level, and it's still not really reached a critical level and a scalable level. And I think we are in a promising situation where I think we are all discussing about how we finance biodiversity and ecosystem. We are at the time of the MFF. EU budget will be discussed, and it's the right time to really maybe find a way indeed to have this ecosystem value approach. And I think we are very interested about what's going to come in terms of nature credits, biodiversity credit, carbon farming aspect, because there are innovative mechanisms that we were never tried on yet. They are existing at international level, but it's not yet reaching EU. And this market-based approach, we like it in a sense, because we think it could be complementary, of course, to public subsidies. But public subsidies are decreasing, let's be clear. Money is going elsewhere. There are other type of priority. So we know we have to find new ways of having the finance working. And I think the private sector can play a major role there. And we need to push as much as we can the private sector to play a role. And when I mean the private sector, could be the food chain value that can be an interesting. I know, and I did my conference last year on water resilience. And for example, we invited Spadel, and typically this is a company indeed doing kind of payment for ecosystem services to landowners in order for them to manage properly what they have. And this approach, I think it's to value, having a let's say not one vision about how we can finance, but having several ways of having indeed this money flowing in a different direction.
Thank you. I felt that you wanted to react.
Is it? Yeah, you felt very well. I just wanted, because you mentioned the fact that we need to have legislation or framework that are locally applied, and that the timeline is different. I'm a bit upset with this kind of thing because we have a water framework directive that is here since 2000 that is specifically designed to have a setup by river basin, because this is the scale for water, and yet we are not. It's not possible to reach the good status and to improve this. So I'm very interested in new ways of implementing economic incentives, maybe. But I think there are general objectives that needs to be put in perspective, and we need to have the water as a or good water status as a target, because otherwise everything is degraded. Like we need to maintain the flows, we need to maintain the quality, we need to allow infiltration, as we saw in the Water Run project, because if we are not acting, we have counterproductive actions. So we will have flooding, we will have erosion of land if we are not selecting the species correctly. So I'm very interested in the nature credit, as long as they are focused on the nature and that the economic incentives are done to preserve ecosystems and maintain the ecosystem services. Because we don't want to have, like we saw measures. We want to plant trees. We have incentives to plant trees, and in order to get the incentives, we cut trees, we cut forests, and we replace by other type of trees. And I think it is a good way of finding financing potential. But it has to still have the objective to maintain the quality of the water and to maintain the quality of ecosystem. Otherwise, we may have trade-offs that are not the one that we want.
Thank you. You want to say something, Maria? No? Okay. Marco, with regard to what Bertrand just said and what Delphine said, do you want to build on that? Which role can be played by economic regulators here, from your perspective?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So, traditionally, economic regulation is oriented to offer stability, certainty to investors, and it is an important aspect of the regulation. To that basic function of regulation, we have to add also other typical objectives, which is the incentive to efficiency. It is also important that efficiency, that what is done efficiently. So it is another aspect which regulators have to promote and to to incentive. It is not enough. In the traditional toolkit of the regulators, there is also the quality of service regulation, which is a counterbalance to the efficiency incentives. So typically, regulators should give incentives to efficiency and to have a good level of quality. In some countries, there are more evolved approaches which are output-based regulation, so which combines the efficiency and the quality of service. To that, we can add also a forward-looking approach. So what is the asset base, what is recognized in the asset base has to be presented in a business plan, which has to look at the future, and investments have to be justified in order to the objectives that they can achieve and they can consent to reach. This is another aspect of traditional regulation, and this is also another aspect which is in the toolkit is the incentive to innovation. We regulate monopolies, and to a certain extent, monopolists, if they are not incentivized, have no interest to make innovations. Since innovation is important, and Paul Aguillon has won a Nobel Prize on this point, we think that as a regulator we have also to put some fund, some pot. There are different possibilities to promote innovation also in regulated services. But to be compliant with the Water Framework Directive, it is not enough. And here is the true challenge for regulators, which is to include in the cost base and also the environmental and resource cost. And this, we have in our association, we have countries which have experimented similar solutions, and so we think that it is possible also to include in rate-based opportunity costs, economic externalities and environmental externalities. There is a paper on our website, and I invite you to visit our website, where there is a description of which are the possibilities which can provided by regulation. To finish, another thing that maybe regulators can do is to give some incentive to have a good tariff design in order to give incentives for an adequate, efficient use of water. And so I think that this is more or less what is in our toolkit and what we can do, and it's all.
Thank you. Any reactions from the others that want to react on that? Maria?
Maybe my reaction has to do with the composition of this panel, because we get different points of views here from different perspectives. I'm coming from academia, so I see it from a different perspective, and I think what is important is for all of us to sit on the same table at the end, because we are able to produce the tools needed, but we have to do that in collaboration with society, having to account the environment, and also with the water regulators, because if something we produce cannot be used for XY reasons, then what's the point? So I think that's a general comment I would like to make at this point. We can see all these views, and that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe it's the moment now to turn to the room, to the public, and also online, if there are questions from your side. There is one hand over there. Microphone.
Thanks so much. So Suvi Sojamo, I'm the coordinator of the GOVACO project. Firstly, huge thanks to the panelists already at this stage, and also Maria for presenting our work. But what I really wanted to comment on was something that maybe brings the perspectives of Delphine and Bernard closer here, and something that we've been also working on in Govaqua, for example. We have a living lab in one of the most eutrophicated, polluted catchments in Finland that's leading to the Baltic Sea. And it's on the HELCOM hotspot list of areas that Finland would really like to get off of that list. And how we are now approaching it in the Govaqua project is that we are firstly working with the River Basin Management Organization, but we are also working with the food value chain actors. So we are bringing them together, and we are setting them together targets which targets measures they can actually contribute towards reaching the Water Framework Directive goals. And how we do that is that we engage the food value chain actors, supermarkets, food companies, to work together with their contract farmers and really targeting measures to sub-catchments where it matters the most. So that way we are also trying to deal with some of the challenges with CAP and targeting measures there. And of course there are trade-offs in the game, there's a lot of trust building needed. But at this point we have really achieved a moment where we have sort of like shared commitment from the food sector, and the farmers are also starting to engage and really understanding the value of the approach. So I think we have a lot of potential there. So this is just an insight I wanted to share from our work in the projects. Thanks so much.
Okay. So no particular question then. And some questions? Yes, please give the mic to Julie for some questions coming from online participants.
Not for online for the moment, but they are still free to ask. No, following on Sui's reaction, and thank you again for all the speakers. Just following on this cross-sectoral management aspect, so to the speakers, what do you think is still hindering the adoption of cross-sectoral management approaches? So you started to touch upon that, but maybe following on Sui's comments, could be interesting to have views from different perspectives. Thank you.
So can you repeat what is hindering?
What is hindering the adoption of more cross-sectoral management approaches? We have the good panel to answer that.
What is hindering cross-sectoral management? Let's give them some. Marco, yes.
To a certain extent, we can understand the relationship between, for instance, energy sector and the water sector. So we have, as a regulator, given incentives to reduce the energy consumption necessary to make available water for water wastewater treatment. So this is one aspect of a possible cross-sectoral relationships on our side.
Yeah, energy and water. Delphine?
I would say it's mostly like because it's really rare to have a land use policy, you know, and we work per sector. And maybe that's why it was a lot about silos and, mainstreaming this question of water a bit everywhere. I think it's going in the right direction, but maybe there is something to improve there, making sure all this famous landscape approach that we have all the sectors together that are relevant on the topic that are, let's say, deciding together where are the priorities, because it's about priority, I think. From a perspective of a land manager, it's always the problematic of the upfront cost, you know, and I think we didn't solve that yet. That's why we really, think that incentives and financing mechanisms are very relevant in that sense. It could be, any type of support that, indeed engage the first pioneers into those restoration of wetlands, landscape, I'm not sure I got the point on nature credit, but maybe we can come back to this because I didn't get what you were mentioning about nature credits. But I think this is the upfront cost that is still a struggle. If I'm really discussing with our community from landowner, it's always this aspect of, if I want to engage in this project of restoration, how do I start? How can I find indeed the first capacity to engage with? And I think it's very interesting to have the regulators' opinion, because from what Vera introduced, I think it's exactly what we are aiming for, finding new opportunity. I think it's also about the landowner, land manager being educated also to approach the public water authorities, to know where are indeed the platform of discussion. And I think it's not always been, the case from also our perspective, to go and ask and see, but indeed there are major players, I think, and this river basin management is really very much what we value. We think it's a good approach, but there may be, having facilities, capacity building still, I think it could be very relevant to improve that.
Yes, collaboration in the framework of a project is one thing. Yeah. But beyond the project is another thing. I've been working with the Water Group on nature-based solutions, and how do you mobilize and the Water Group, the utility, and the municipality, and the farmers, and the forest owners on the longer term, beyond the project, to collaborate is one thing, but also to co-finance. So, Bertrand, you want to react on that?
Yes, I think at the European Commission level, we have in the water resilience strategy proposed to have a structured dialogue with the member states. And in these structured dialogues, we have, and they just started, but it's so country by country, having different ministries at the same table. So it's Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment that is responsible for water, so that they can discuss what are their issues in order to understand why the measures, either the necessary measures for the implementation of the Water Framework Directive are not taken, or they have difficulties to implement them, or they have difficulties to follow them, or they have difficulties to finance them. So there are these, let's say, cross-sectoral discussion hopefully will happen, and we will be able to have indication at member state level. We were, Vera was mentioning before that we have an administrative way of dealing with water with borders, but water has no border. Obviously, we will have to make member states discuss together also in a certain river basin, but it's probably a way of starting this dialogue. On the nature credits, I just want to say that this is an interesting way, and we need to test it. I wouldn't jump on, but this is my personal view, it's not the Commission position, so I wouldn't jump directly on legislation, because you have a risk of financing changes that doesn't allow progress. And this is the only thing that I wanted to say. We need to carefully frame the framework around these credits, just because we see on carbon credits that there are ways of, let's say, malusing, if this word exists.
If I may, just to say, indeed, there are problems with the carbon credits existing at international level, but it doesn't exist yet at EU level. We have a CRCF regulatory framework, but it's still not yet implemented, and it's been 3 years. So on the fact of rushing, I don't think there is any rush in nature credit, because we just have a roadmap, which is a beginning of something. So I don't think there is any regulation foreseen yet. I think it's a beginning of a discussion, mostly.
Yeah.
So I do think we're not having a legislation in place yet.
It's just we need to understand that there is a need for an objective that is clear, and that we define this frame correctly.
Of course,
This is what I'm saying.
Of course, but I think it's one of new instruments that it's indeed to be looked at, as many of green, we talked about green bonds, or those bonds are very interesting too. There are many financing tools, but since it's on the agenda of the regulatory framework of the EU Commission, I think it's relevant to mention that the E could be indeed, why not, a good way forward, but of course it's one aspect. I wanted to mention something very important, I think, the climate change, and I think it was mentioned by my colleague here. I think it's one major element that needs to be tackled much more. I think next year there will be a climate adaptation, also probably a strategy, and I think it's the water and I mean would be a lot impacted, and we mentioned water scarcity and also the fact that there is flooding also in the same way, and I think it's not enough addressed yet. And this risk management aspect is key for any land management, but any type of operators. We need to be ready to address that, and I'm not sure yet that there may be the right mechanism to put that we put in place to really indeed be ready for flooding and those type, and maybe catching also what we have in extra. So I hope it will be also the next, maybe next project or next program working on this specific aspect of climate change and water resilience. I think it's particularly relevant.
Thank you.
Yeah, just on this, we have a work program 26-27 that will be normally published. So the last date I have is the 10th of December. So this is, and there are actually projects related to water management and land interaction. Also the soils, to restore the soil and to restore wetlands. So this is a very valid point.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the landowners, land users are the first water managers in the cycle, so indeed. And as you say, also major actors in the adaptation to climate change, but also in climate mitigation as a carbon sink. Any more questions from the room or from online? I'm looking at my colleagues. No, nothing. Okay. Well, let us then continue challenging our panel. I would like to give you the power one by one, and that you, if you are in power and you could introduce one economic tool or governance reform that you could put in place tomorrow to accelerate water resilience, what would it be, and why would that be? That I'll give you some seconds while thinking, but also thinking with the idea of leaving no one behind. What in this transformation of society that we are now going through, we don't want to leave the most vulnerable communities on the side in this transition to a water-smart economy. Are there ideas from your part? And those will be a little bit the closing part of this session if there are no reactions from online participants. Maria, you the bravest one to take.
I will start because, you know, my position is also quite neutral here as well. So I'm a water economist. So I am using all the tools I mentioned. So for me, the best tool, despite the fact there is lots of pushback when I mention this in policy events, is pricing. Yes, sometimes pricing is not perceived well by the users, but as we had the discussion that was around noon, I think, today, it was the third panel, the most important thing is that yes, we can have some of the cost going to the prices, but not all of it. There should be also the different sectors contributing as well. So pricing is from where we start. It's a very, very good tool, gives the right message, And most of the times we are able to design pricing schemes that account for the social equity to be considered, because that's also very, very important. So that's I don't say no to the other economic mechanisms. We usually use combinations. It's not only one. But pricing is our card most of the times.
Which has a lot of barriers for implementation, I imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But I'm talking from a scientific point of view and policy recommendations that we give.
You don't take political risks.
Anyways, I cannot take those decisions myself. Yeah. So, yeah.
Marco, you want to?
No.
No?
What we can do as regulators is that so we should, as we said before, try to make things happen efficiently, so that can reduce costs. And if there is a need to tackle also what we could call water poverty, maybe subsidies are the correct solution under economic point of view.
Yeah, subsidies.
Subsidies, yes. For instance, in Italy we have a lot of bonus. There is the final end users pay, domestic end users pays what they have to pay, and then if they are under certain conditions of income, they can get a bonus. So this is the solution we have adopted, for instance, in Italy. Tackle the question of water poverty, so affordability also under.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing this. Delphine, you want to say something?
I don't know. I know. Something that
from the landowners. Now is the moment.
No, but something that maybe was not addressed, but I think it's interesting that we do still address this urban and rural management. Like, I mean, I've seen a lot of projects that are turned to urban-centered area, and I think we need to build bridges, because, of course, the water comes from somewhere in the mountain, it's spreading, and I think that's my landscape approach, of course, but that we find synergies also with the city and rural community, how we can, bridge this gap that we mentioned, collaboration, but I think it's very much relevant also on this aspect of downstream, upstream, and that we make sure that it's indeed coherent, but I repeat myself a lot. But we are, again, building bridges and making sure all the uses are addressed, and indeed that economic models are understood, because at the end of the day, yes, farmers, foresters, they live from what they do, they live from the land. So this is something very important to catch, but the water also in the city and the consumer are also very relevant in that discussion. So all those needs need to be discussed together, and the trade-off needs to be addressed, and priorities have to be set in order to put the right strategy in place. I guess it's already done, but maybe encouraging this even more would be, very welcome.
Yes, so more governance reform, where the mutual services from urban to rural and rural to urban are recognized, acknowledged, and that they are part of the discussions. Okay. Verena, do you want to add something?
So I also completely agree with Maria that we basically need a good mixture of all of it. Coming from a restoration of ecosystem and protection background, maybe like a payment for environmental services might be like my pick one, because I know how much pilots or demo sites struggle to obtain their work after projects funding ends. So there needs some kind of funding mechanism for them to continue, for them to scale out, scale up, and not like that the work is really used and not disappears, because wetland restoration, for example, can also minimize flood risks, or also store some of the nutrition that gets flowed in from agriculture and other sectors. So this is also some mechanism that needs to be created to finance these things.
Yeah, agreed. being a farmer myself, I recognize that they also have balance sheets that they have to keep in balance, and they are entrepreneurs, and so this needs to be, those payment for ecosystem services, they need to be part of their balance sheet. Bertrand, you have the last word for this panel.
I think there are interesting example. I was discussing in the conference with the Czech professor that they try to implement some schemes for, as you said, ecosystem services, and to help restoration of upper lands before the cities, so you don't have a stream that is coming from the lands to the cities that overflow even more the cities. So I think this is a very nice approach also at basin scales to manage, and this coming back to the climate adaptation plans, and so there are things to explore in that sense. Not forgetting that we also have this is quantity, and we also have water quality to address. So there are certain schemes. I think the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive proposes a new approach also with extended producer responsibility. This is some, I know it's not easy to put in place, but this is some perspective that could be also looked at, and to learn about the first that will implement it, and to see how we can deal with it. It worked not perfectly, but for the waste management and recycling. So we can also look at how this can help for water management.
Thank you. Yes, Maria.
Very, very shortly, I would like to make a comment. We have lots of tools in our hands, and we are quite privileged comparing to the work, comparing to people 10 years ago or 15 years ago. There was not information on water quantity or quality. There was no data. There was not monitoring. Nowadays, we have the data. We have more data than we need, even in some cases, and we have the tools. So everything is possible. So this is why also different schemes could work and can be tested nowadays.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are a little bit ahead of time. This is the last opportunity for you to interact with the panelists. If you want, this is the moment. No one online. I don't see any hands. So I hope you will help me thanking the panelists for their participation and for their reflection and ideas that they shared with you. So a big clap for them. Thank you very much, Bertrand, Maria, Verena, Delphine, Marco, for joining me on the stage. Thank you so much. So we are now at the end of the session, a little bit ahead of time. So this will give more time to Maria Salvetti to join me. Maria will bring some reflections on this present session and make some closing remarks.
Let's do that. Yeah, but it's just I always feel I'm too short, you know, for those kind of stuff, you know. And the mic, I'm like no. So I'm like. I'm just, you know, and plus you can't move it because you have all the you know, the plugs and everything. So sometimes I try to move it, but everything comes with it, so it's a nightmare. So I'll put this there because I need my space, you know. That's the end of the day. It's been a very interesting day, a very intense day. So yeah, I have to make a few closing remarks. So I'll do my best to do that. This session is on water governance, and I happen to have the opportunity to work at the water governance program of the OECD. So I thought, well, you know, I might as well use what I have learned when I was at the OECD. And I remember that what we used to say was that water governance is a means to an end. And you can dial that on Google, and you will see, bam, OECD will pop up. But I thought, well, maybe, okay, water governance is a to many ends, actually, to a diversity of ends. And I try to link this diversity of ends, with the objectives of the water resilience strategy, and more specifically, 3 key objectives that I have noted on my paper. So restoring and protecting the water cycle, building a water-smart economy, and securing clean, affordable water for all. And then I thought, okay, now I have to focus on economic tools. Well, then in the principles on water governance that the OECD has produced, there are 12 principles, and the principle number 6 is focusing on financing. So that quite links, with the economic tools, and also the principle number 7 is linked to the regulatory framework. So I thought to myself, okay, so I'll try to focus, on the ends that we're trying to achieve through a good water governance. So the 3 ends or the 3 objectives of the water resilience strategy, and how can we achieve those objectives using sound economic tools. So for the first objective, restoring and protecting the water cycle, we will definitely need money. Definitely need money to do that, and more money than what we are actually currently collecting and providing. So there will be a space for the use of maybe new economic tools, or at least the better use of economic tools. And for me, the tools that we could better use, it's the water abstraction charges and the water pollution charges. These tools are not being implemented in all EU member states, especially for water abstraction charges. So that's quite interesting, because this questions our relationship to water. Water is free. If there is no water abstraction charge, it means that you can get water out of the environment for free. And and we all know that in the context of climate change, this is not going to work for very long. So implementing new tools, or when these tools are already implemented, and I know in some countries where there is already some water abstraction charge, the level of those charges is not high enough, so that it doesn't allow to really internalize the externalities that we are producing when we're abstracting the water from the environment. So these tools are going to be quite necessary, I believe, in the future. And already now. Thinking about the water regulators, because obviously this is the forum of the water regulators, I'm thinking about how to better reflect environmental and resource cost into the tariff setting methodology. I know that ARERA is already trying to address and to take into account those costs. It's doing its best to do so, but I'm sure that there is still room for improvement. So how to improve the way to take into account those costs into the tariff setting methodology. And of course, talking about economic tools, we talked about that this morning. The EPR scheme with the polluter pays principle, this is a key element, and we've mentioned that this morning, so I will not get back to it. So that was only for the first objective, Then building a water-smart economy. So of course, this is mainly or partly turned towards digitalization and so on. But I can hear in smart, I don't only hear digital, I also hear water use that is efficient, so getting rid of the inefficiency in water use. And that's, as Marco was saying, that's in the heart, really, of the mandate of the regulators, is really to seek for efficiency, and especially, for instance, with lowering the rate of leakage in the pipes. And I know that many regulators are using KPIs to monitor and also to give incentive to utilities to reduce their leakage. And sometimes the KPIs are linked
to the tariff methodology, so that there is a real incentive, a financial incentive at the end of the day, to reduce the leakages and have a wise use and efficient use of water. And also, I was also thinking, you know, about this water smart economy. I was also thinking about the mandate, actually, of the water regulators, because we're talking about a water smart economy. So if we're only, as a regulator, if I'm only regulating the tariff for domestic use, so then I'm missing a part of the economy, you know, like the industries, agriculture. And that's why I'm thinking about the mandate and the scope of the mandate of regulators. And then I'm thinking about the Greek regulator, which is, you know, which has a mandate that's quite innovative to me, because the Greek water regulator is there to regulate the tariff for all water users. So tariff for domestic use, tariff for industrial use, and tariff for agricultural use. And I'm wondering, isn't that, you know, the way to go in the future for other regulators? Of course, it doesn't only depend on the regulators, but also on their government and the mandate that they have been given. But nevertheless, I believe this is the way to go. And just to share another thought, I have the opportunity to work on regulation inside the EU, but also outside the EU. And what I have seen is that, for instance, in Senegal, they are thinking of creating an economic water regulator. And this economic water regulator will have, as part of its mandate, the regulation of the tariff for domestic use, but also the regulation of water abstraction charge and water pollution charge that I was just mentioning before. So and here we're completely breaking the silos, you know, between water resource management and water supply and sanitation. So we are starting to see regulators having the full mandate and the full use of economic instruments to really address issues that are dealing with water policy and not only with water supply and sanitation, but, you know, really the broad picture. Going now to the third objective, and then I'm done, and I'll stop talking, but with the third objective on securing clean, affordable water for all. So, of course, with the affordability, we're once again really in the core of the mandate of the regulator with regard to the tariffs. Also talking about securing a clean water for all. So here, once again, I had written down, you know, the EPR scheme, and once again, as I said earlier, I'm enlarging a little bit the scope, and not only thinking about EPR scheme for micropollutant. That's the current, you know, that's the current fight, if I may say. But tomorrow the fight will be exactly the same for PFAS, for pesticides. Currently, I'm working on costing how much pesticide is costing in terms of treatment compared to how much it would cost to do payment for environmental services and you know, sort of agreements with farmers. And of course, we all know that the preventive solutions are a lot more cost effective. So securing clean and affordable water, I think that can be done through the uptake and the implementation of also of nature-based solutions. So it goes back to how can a regulator incentivize the use and the uptake of nature-based solution to foster, you know, clean and affordable water for all. I'll stop there, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for closing this session with those excellent remarks. For my part, I would like to thank you all for your presence. The three sister projects, as they are now called, and in particular Maria, Suvi and Julie for coordinating those three projects and for co-organizing this session, and also my colleague Alice, who is online. All of those participated to this session and what it became. So thank you very much. Have a nice trip back. And from here, I hand over back to Vittorio. Over to you.
Thank you. It's been a long day with a lot of sessions. So we are closing now, and hope you bring a good message back home on how this collaboration and cooperation between several entities can translate into better water services and water realities in our own countries. So thanks a lot. We will see you back in 2 years in the IFRUs and in other events. Thank you very much for your presence.